Topping the news here at 4:30, a new Goucher poll is just released. How Governor Wes Moore is doing in the eyes of the public. Plus, an historic day in Miami to come for former President Donald Trump. What we are expecting to go down today as he faces 37 counts of criminal charges.
Our temperatures are definitely cooler this morning after the rain that we saw yesterday. We'll talk about if there's more rain in our future in your Weather Authority forecast.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us. It's Tuesday, June 13th. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers, see what we have in store for today. We finally got a little rain yesterday. Justin, how's it looking now?
Yeah, not too bad, Meg. Probably a little bit more in the way of rain coming later this week. But for today, it's looking at very dry conditions and also less humidity. That's going to be the nice thing that we'll feel as we get outside. Our Towson camera, nice and quiet at this time. And numbers are definitely cooler. Remember, yesterday we were in the 70s, but most of us are in the 50s and 60s, more typical to what we see for the overnight hours. So a cooler morning. A beautiful afternoon ahead for your Tuesday, and then more rain is on the way for Wednesday. And your morning commute not looking too bad. 50s and 60s as you get out the door, staying dry for your Tuesday. Back for your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, sounds good, Justin. Thank you. Well, this morning we are taking you live to Miami as history is unfolding in front of our eyes. Today, former President Donald Trump will appear in front of a judge in Miami facing 37 criminal charges. Coming up later this morning, we have a breakdown of his arrival and what new polling is showing when it comes to his run for president. New this morning, a Gonzalez poll touching on topics state and nationwide. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the questions specific to Maryland and their results. The first question asks, do you agree or disagree that it should be a felony in Maryland to possess a stolen firearm? Almost 90% of voters say they agree. Just about 9% say they disagree, and about 2% say no answer. The next question it asks, do you approve or disapprove of the job that Wes Moore is doing as governor? Just over 55% say they approve, just over 26% say they disapprove, and about 18% have no answer. And then lastly, let's take a look at Governor Wes Moore's proposal to banning the sale of new gas-powered cars in Maryland by 2035. The poll asked, do you support or oppose this? And about 37% say they support it, almost 61% say they oppose it, and 2% say no answer. Stay tuned with Fox 45 News all morning long as we continue our coverage on the latest Gonzalez poll. Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, we are speaking with pollster Patrick Gonzalez. Developing now, residents in Fells Point are voicing concerns after another case of violence hits one of Baltimore's most important business areas. Over the weekend, take a look. We're going to show you the fight that broke out at Broadway and Shakespeare Streets. Videos posted on social media show fists swinging, feet kicking, with witnesses saying it seemed out of control. Police were eventually able to break it up. It comes after another fight just 2 weeks ago on Thames Street. Now, residents and experts say it feels like not enough is being done to address a growing problem for Fells Point.
Our suspect is a white male and the 3 victims are Latino, but we can't draw any inferences from that. You know, we have to look at every possible angle.
The man responsible for killing 3 people and injuring 3 others in Annapolis is now behind bars. Police say 43-year-old Charles Smith is responsible for the mass shooting in a small community in Annapolis Sunday night. He is facing second-degree murder and second-degree attempted murder charges. As the case is still under investigation, officials are saying it could fall into the category of a hate crime. And now that community is struggling to understand how or why a mass shooting could happen in their neighborhood.
People are dying over stupid situations, over a party, over a parking lot, different opinions. But why does it come to guns?
Documents say an argument broke out before the shooting, starting as a parking complaint as a house party was underway. Then a confrontation turned physical with the suspect pulling a gun out. But the Annapolis police chief says it is just too early to talk about a motive.
Our suspect is a white male and the 3 victims are Latino, but we can't draw any inferences from that. You know, we have to look at every possible angle. It's too early to tell what the motivation was, but if it is a hate crime, that falls under the U.S. Code, and it will probably be prosecuted in federal court.
The shooter is now behind bars, being held without bond. Meantime, we're told the wounded victims are now stable at the hospital. While police are updating the public on the mass shooting, Governor Wes Moore and Annapolis Mayor Gavin Buckley are both signaling calls for new firearm restrictions in the wake of the shooting. However, Annapolis focusing on legal gun owners this past session. Now the NRA is suing over Senate Bill 1. The Gun Safety Act of 2023 restricts where legal wear and carry permit holders can bring a gun. That law takes effect October 1st, but a similar law in New Jersey was blocked by the courts while being fought. The only bill targeting criminals this past legislative session made the maximum penalty for illegally possessing a firearm uniform, raising the longest misdemeanor sentence up to 5 years for those over the age of 21. Security preps underway in Miami as former President Trump awaits his day in front of a judge. Still to come, how the charges he's facing is impacting the 2024 run for president. And today we are starting cooler. We've got temperatures in the 50s and 60s. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we can expect the sun to poke through those clouds. Time now 4:36. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
All right, welcome back. We are drier after the rain that we saw yesterday, and actually a little bit cooler, especially for the morning time on your yard and gardening cast. Hopefully you got some good rain there. We see those numbers today climb into the low to mid 70s through 11 a.m. into the lower 80s by the time we head toward the afternoon. So a lot of us across Carroll and Baltimore counties, upper 70s and lower 80s, slightly below average for this time of year. We'll have your full forecast coming up in a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. State transportation officials are still unsure how to fix the Washington Bridge project in Halethorpe after the bridge was built 1 inch too short. When it was built, the State Highway Administration says the weight of the pedestrian sidewalk was not taken into account. That hefty slab of concrete ended up lowering the bridge by 6 inches, leaving it 1 1/4 inches below transportation height regulations. Residents are now calling the bridge a, quote, safety hazard, saying it makes getting out of one nearby neighborhood almost impossible. In a statement to Fox 45, MDOT and SHA said that, quote, we are still in discussions with CSX and the contractor in determining resolutions for the project. We are working to identify what appropriate actions are necessary to move the project forward. Costs are still being determined. Happening today throughout Baltimore, Baltimore City and county schools will be holding their school board meetings. Mayor Brandon Scott will be speaking on DPW and DOT crew's final push for Spring Sprints initiative, and this addresses potholes that need to be filled and graffiti that needs to be removed. And the Baltimore Peninsula is hosting a hiring event from 10 o'clock this morning to 2 o'clock this afternoon. They are looking specifically for locals to fill a variety of positions. Taking you live now to Capitol Hill this morning, where two different standoffs continue. The pushback the House and Senate are getting from lawmakers as delays continue.
Former President Trump's accused of putting national security at risk, but will that change what voters think of him? I'm Altrell Nashar with what a new set of polls is telling us.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Dee Dee Gatton. This morning on the National Desk, families flooding our southern border. The reason behind the sudden surge when we talk to the former head of Border Protection. That's this morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:41 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Make no mistake about it, we're taking this event extremely serious. We know that there is a potential of things taking a turn for the worst, but that's not the Miami way.
This morning, all eyes are on Miami as former President Donald Trump surrenders to authorities. Yesterday, he arrived in Miami, but before that, he took to the campaign trail this weekend, speaking on the federal charges he is now facing.
The ridiculous and baseless indictment of me by the Biden administration's weaponized Department of Injustice will go down as among the most horrific abuses of power in the history of our country.
Well, as former President Trump speaks out, the White House is remaining quiet on his indictment. Taking you live to the White House now this morning, as it's a delicate situation for President Biden. His Justice Department prosecuting his leading 2024 opponent. The Biden administration is so far refusing to weigh in on the case.
What I can say, and you've heard us say this over and over again, this is a president that respects the rule of law. This is the president that wants to make sure and has proven that to be in his actions to make sure that the Department of Justice is truly independent.
Taking you live now to Miami, as it could take a year or longer for Trump's case to play out in court. New polling shows how Trump is faring in the court of public opinion. National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar reporting from Washington.
For former President Trump, the legal blow of a federal indictment is proving to be a political boon, at least for now, among members of his own party.
It exposes them for what they are, and it's also lifted the poll numbers to even higher legs.
A new CBS News YouGov poll finds 14% of likely GOP primary voters say the indictment changes their view of Trump for the better. 61% say it won't change, and only 7% say their view of him is changed for the worse. And the vast majority of those Republican voters say they're more concerned about the indictment being politically motivated than the handling of the documents being a national security risk. This potentially playing into the strategy of some of those running against Trump in the GOP presidential primary.
It reeks of politicization.
What we've seen over the last several years is the weaponization of the Department of Justice against the former president.
Candidate and former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson is among the few to break from Trump on the issue.
These are serious allegations that are relevant in this campaign, and it should not be dismissed lightly.
Thank you very much.
Should Trump be the GOP nominee, the indictment could prove to be more of a liability in the general election. According to a separate ABC News Ipsos poll, nearly half of Americans believe Trump should face charges, about a third do not, and the rest don't know. Opinions may evolve as the case progresses and the public learns more, but so far the one person staying silent is the one most likely to face Trump in the general. In any election, independent voters tend to sway the outcome. In the ABC News Ipsos poll, 63% said they think the charges against Trump are very or somewhat serious, but only 45% of independents say Trump should have been charged. In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar.
All right, Atra, thank you. Stay with Fox 45 News for full coverage on today's historic development. All morning long, we will be previewing what could happen later today. To get live updates as the case unfolds, you can go to foxbaltimore.com. All right, 4:47 here. It's a Tuesday morning. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us with a look at today's forecast. Pretty comfortable out there right now.
Yeah, nice to get some rain yesterday, finally, Meg. I mean, a lot of those lawns are like, all right, here we go. Yeah, it was good to see. Even some downpours in some spots as well. Didn't really have any major thunderstorms, which is always good, and a very calm start to your Tuesday as we look out over the Inner Harbor right now. Notice the right side of your screen. A lot of us are waking up in the 50s and 60s, and that's typically what we see in terms of the temperatures for this time of the morning for this time of year. So let's take a look at those numbers. You can see officially 61 is your number at BWI Thurgood Marshall. A little northwest wind about 9 to 15 miles an hour, and that humidity at 75%. So there's still some moisture left over in the atmosphere from that rain we saw yesterday. Upper 50s and lower 60s over the next few hours on your rise and shine cast. That sun comes up at 5:40 this morning. That's about as early as the sun comes up all year as we're close to that summer solstice, which is next Wednesday. Those daylight hours extending into 8:34 for your sunset time. So looking out at your temperatures here in the 8 o'clock hour, in the lower 60s is what we're looking at. Temperatures through noon. Great day for lunch outdoors. Numbers in the mid to upper 70s. And we'll see those temperatures slide into the lower 80s for another day today as you head toward the afternoon. The difference is going to be a lot less humidity, so a drier air mass is going to be in place, and also finally clearing all that haze from the smoke we've seen over the last week or so. Mid to upper 70s and lower 80s for your high temperatures for today. Those numbers are just slightly below average for this time of year. Up and down the 95 corridor, basically seeing more of the same. Lower 80s in D.C., mid-70s in Philly and Harrisburg, 75 your high today in Ocean City. So if you do want to get the grass cut today after hopefully getting some rain in your yards, Tuesday looks good, Thursday looks good. But notice that yellow light for tomorrow. We're tracking another round of a few showers. Not nearly as much rain as we saw yesterday, but there is going to be a weak system passing through. Most of the day is going to be dry today. A few clouds here and there. Here comes that system moving in from the north and the west over the Great Lakes region, and that low is going to slide to the north of us for tomorrow. The bottom end of that will be right here, and that's going to bring us a little bit more cloud cover and the chance for some of those showers developing tomorrow afternoon. Then we're dry again on Thursday. Friday, there's another system that tries to make a run at us, but right now keeping us mainly dry as we head toward Father's Day weekend and the final weekend of spring as well. So lower 80s today and tomorrow, back to the mid 80s Thursday and Friday and into Saturday as well. Father's Day not looking too bad. May see a stray shower late, and for Juneteenth next Monday, that's when we'll have a better chance of some showers rolling into the region. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, nothing on the roads out there. We're taking you live to the FSK Bridge as people are getting up and heading out this morning. You can count the cars, though. Pretty nice start to this early morning commute. Let's get a check now on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got 10 train 403 and 10 train 505 for the start, operating with delays, both running about 5 minutes late. Allow time for travel there. Perhaps out there on Light Rail Link, we've got a service disruption between the Timonium and Hunt Valley stations, and shuttle buses remain in place as maintenance continues. That'll be in place through the end of the month. And Metro Subway link on time from Owings Mills to Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you. Tomorrow, the Baltimore City Council will decide on city agencies' budgets, who's expected to get one of the biggest allotments of nearly $700 million. Governor Wes Moore takes on Capitol Hill, the priorities for Maryland he discussed with members of Congress. Time now 4:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Taking you live to Capitol Hill this morning, where it appears a standoff in the Senate will continue, delaying the promotions of more than 200 military officers. Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville has been blocking the nominations in protest over the Pentagon's abortion travel policy. Lawmakers proposed including a Senate debate over the policies as part of the annual defense bill negotiations. Tuberville's office said yesterday the Alabama lawmaker is against that proposal. The White House calls the standoff dangerous.
But certainly, we have talked about our disappointment in his reaction to getting our nominees forward, which are incredibly important for the American people as we talk about national security, as we talk about moving the agenda forward.
Under the Pentagon's policy, the Defense Department reimburses service members who have to travel out of state for reproductive care. Alabama is among the states where abortion is now illegal. Senate Democratic leadership can try to get past Tuberville's block, but they would have to do so by voting on the nominations one at a time. That process could take a year to get through. The House is also feeling a separate, intense standoff. Last night, GOP leaders gave the Republican legislation proposal on gas stoves another chance, following 11 conservative hardliners in the House blocking it last week. The rebellion targeted House Speaker Kevin McCarthy using a procedural vote on stoves to show disdain for the debt bill signed earlier this month. McCarthy held talks with members of the House Freedom Caucus last week to break up the impasse. He explained some of the problems at the time.
This is the difficulty. Some of these members, they don't know what to ask for. There's numerous different things they're frustrated about. So we'll listen to them. We'll solve this, just like every time we go through here.
But according to Politico, hardliners want next year's spending bills written at fiscal 2022 levels, below the cap McCarthy hammered out with President Biden. If McCarthy moves forward, whatever is put together will likely die in the Democrat-controlled Senate. Governor Wes Moore and members of his cabinet meet with congressional leaders to talk about priorities for Maryland. A bipartisan Maryland delegation hosted Moore for a roundtable yesterday. Nick Minnock from our Sinclair sister station in D.C. was in that meeting, and he has the latest.
Maryland Governor Wes Moore says he wants to improve communication between the state of Maryland and members of Congress. And before speaking to members of Congress Monday afternoon here on Capitol Hill, Governor Moore listened to what members of Congress in Maryland want to achieve over the next year. Now, we heard from U.S. Senator Ben Cardin. He talked about the transportation needs in Maryland and restoring the Chesapeake Bay. Cardin also mentioned he wants to strengthen tax credits for affordable housing. Senator Chris Van Hollen congratulated Governor Moore on his first 90 days in office and the first 10 bills he sponsored and signed into law. Van Hollen also talked about how he's pushing for the FBI HQ to come to Maryland. Van Hollen says the Maryland sites are the lowest cost and the only options that meet President Joe Biden's requirement for inclusion and equity. We also heard from Governor Moore and what he said on Capitol Hill. Take a listen.
It really boils down to three different words. It's transportation, it's regulation, and it's identification. Because these are the investments that are going to create jobs. These are the investments that are going to grow our economy. These are the investments that are going to move people from where they live to where opportunity actually lies.
Governor Moore really emphasized the transportation needs in Maryland and how the federal government can be a partner. He also talked about striking a regulatory balance. Governor Moore is pushing for offshore wind energy as he pushes for 100% clean energy by year 2035. On Capitol Hill, Nick Minnock, Fox 45 News.
Nick, thank you. Topping your consumer news now, the restart of student loan payments may bring along new services for millions of borrowers. A report says several lenders have stopped managing debt for the government since student loan payments were paused more than 3 years ago. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau predicts 40% of borrowers will likely have a new servicer starting in October. Those who will have a new servicer can expect an email about the change, and they might need to update their accounts. StudentAid.gov also has information on which company borrowers will switch to if their previous one is no longer available. Make sure you download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, weather, anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store. Coming up this morning, Fox 45 News has an exclusive interview with City State's Attorney Ivan Bates. How Baltimore's top prosecutor says the former police commissioner stepping down impacts his fight to keep you safe. And taking you live to Miami, where former President Trump will be in front of a judge today. Coming up, a preview of what to expect, including the charges he's facing.
Our temperatures are cooler this morning after the rain we saw yesterday. Is more rain in our future? Well, I have the answer for that coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, June 13th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we have meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us right now with the forecast, and we got the rain.
Got the rain. Everything is fresh. We feel that kind of spring feeling here, and summer is around the corner.
And more rain coming as well?
A little bit more rain is going to be possible. Yeah, not today, though. Today is looking very nice. So we've got a dry start to your morning, looking out over the Inner Harbor, and our temperatures are definitely cooler than where we were yesterday at this time. In fact, most of us in the upper 50s and lower 60s, as opposed to those warm and muggy 70s we started with yesterday morning. So boaters and watermen getting out there on the water, what a great day for that. Westerly wind about 5 to 10 knots, waves about a foot or less, low tide 10:37, and back up in the high tide at 3:33 this afternoon. And temps in the 60s and 70s through the course of the middle of the day today. We're going to top out in the lower 80s for our highs. Overnight lows back to the 60s, and we'll keep those 80s around tomorrow. But again, another chance for showers and even some thunderstorms on Wednesday, which we'll break down a bit further for you coming up in a few minutes from right now. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And looking at the Key Bridge this morning, traffic's moving along just fine. No major issues to report around the Baltimore region.
5:01 now. History is unfolding in front of our eyes today. Former President Donald Trump will appear in front of a judge in Miami facing 37 criminal charges.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what's expected to play out as Trump appears in court this afternoon. Megan?
Yeah, guys, we're taking you live to Miami here this morning, where former President Trump conducted some last-minute interviews yesterday to hire a lawyer to represent him when he heads to that federal courthouse here this afternoon. We want to show you some video now. These are supporters of the former president gathering at Doral Resort in Miami. Trump calling on those supporters to join a planned peaceful protest at the courthouse today. Yesterday, he took to Truth Social, vowing to appoint a special prosecutor to investigate President Joe Biden and his family if he is elected to a second term. Today, Trump is expected to plead not guilty to 37 felony counts accusing him of concealing classified documents, obstructing justice, and making false statements to law enforcement. After his court appearance today, he is expected to return to New Jersey, where he is scheduled to have a news conference for 8:15 tonight to publicly respond to the charges at his golf club in Bedminster. He's also holding a private fundraiser there. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as things get underway here this afternoon.
We're going to hold people accountable. We're going to give them a shot. Not once, but twice. The community service will be done in the communities where they're given this citation. Not once, but twice. And if they come a third time, they've asked to be prosecuted, and we're going to give them what they asked for.
Now, in an exclusive interview with Fox 45 News, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates explaining the start of citations that will now be issued for quality of life crimes.
Bates is kicking off this new effort to help curb violence in the city as the Baltimore Police Department begins a new era in leadership.
Bates also discussing how he's planning to work with acting Baltimore City Police Commissioner Richard Worley.
Did that come as a surprise to you?
Yeah, it was a huge surprise. Commissioner Harris and I had a phenomenal working relationship. I've learned a great deal from him.
Do you have any concerns about working with acting Commissioner Worley?
I don't. We've done a lot together. He's worked side by side with Commissioner Harrison, and I do feel that, if there had to be a change, he's the perfect person.
Now, Worley is currently awaiting City Council approval. You can find Mackenzie Frost's full interview with Ivan Bates on our website, foxbaltimore.com. 5:04 and elsewhere in a city in crisis, tomorrow the Baltimore City Council will meet to decide on the budgets for city agencies. Here's what the mayor's budget proposal outlined. The police department will get $584 million. The mayor's office tasked with fighting crime slated to get $24 million. The Department of Public Works will get the biggest allotments, $676 million. For the first time, the City Council has the power to move money around.
City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is asking for more taxpayer dollars. He is asking for an additional $800,000 to hire more prosecutors and upgrade technology. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost spoke with Bates about his request.
Public safety is number one on the voters' minds, and I feel very confident about what we've asked for.
What will happen if you don't get the requested funds to help with staff training moving forward? What will the office look like?
Well, it's very important that we do. We have to be resourceful. One of the things we're going to look at is making sure maybe we have to do more training online. It's an all hands on deck. If they don't want to give us the money, then that's not going to stop us. We're going to do everything we can.
Following tomorrow's meeting, be sure to tune in to Fox 45 News for the final verdict. You can also download the Fox 45 News app to get alerts as soon as it breaks.
Well, new this morning, Gonzales polls touching on topics state and nationwide.
Let's take a look at some of the questions specific to Maryland and their results. Currently, it's only a misdemeanor to possess a stolen firearm in Maryland. Do you agree or disagree that it should be a felony in Maryland to possess a stolen firearm? Almost 90% of voters say they agree. Just about 9% say they disagree. About 2% say no answer.
Next, do you approve or disapprove of the job Wes Moore is doing as governor? And as you can see, 55% is saying they approve, just 27% say they disapprove, and 18% have no answer. Lastly, let's take a look at Governor Wes Moore's proposal to ban the sale of new gas-powered vehicles in Maryland by 2035. The poll asked, do you support or oppose this? About 37% responding saying they support, 61% say they oppose, with 2% no answer.
Stay tuned to Fox 45 News all morning long as we continue coverage of the latest Gonzales poll. Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, we are speaking to pollster Patrick Gonzales.
Another fight breaking out in Fells Point. His residents on edge, topping our next half hour. What experts are saying police can do to help stop the violence.
But first, the Maryland NAACP is demanding changes be made to education. What's to come from a meeting this week?
Overall, a nice start to your Tuesday morning. We're talking about numbers this afternoon. I think you're going to like in terms of getting back outdoors. We'll break down your forecast coming up on Fox 45, the early edition. 5:10 is your time right now. It is Tuesday morning. Hopefully you enjoyed the rain yesterday and temperatures that are cooler for you statewide. 50s and 60s is what we're waking up to here, up and down the Chesapeake and out toward western Maryland as well. On your morning drive, we'll keep those numbers in the 50s and 60s with dry conditions. Mr. Bowe says we are good to go. We are tracking another weather maker that could bring some more rain to the area by Wednesday. We'll break that down in my full weather authority forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Now to the crisis in the classroom as the Maryland NAACP is demanding changes to education.
The civil rights group is meeting this week about the, quote, critical status of African-American students. The group points to lagging academic achievement and students graduating without necessary proficiency. In Maryland, two of the lowest performing school systems are Baltimore City and Prince George's County, which also have the most African-American students.
This is a situation where African-American children who can learn just like white children or any other children, okay, come into systems and they're not educated.
The Maryland NAACP conference in Linthicum Heights is this Thursday and Friday. Fox 45 News and our Project Baltimore team will be there.
Now, as we've reported previously, there is currently a lawsuit against Baltimore City and their public schools. It's also about students graduating without proper skills. Renowned civil rights attorney Ben Crump has joined this lawsuit. The past November, a judge denied a request from the city to dismiss the suit filed by a Baltimore couple claiming Baltimore City Public Schools is wasting taxpayer dollars.
A popular boat tour through a cave goes horribly wrong. After the break, emergency officials speak about what we know so far.
And new information released on the bridge collapse in Philadelphia. The latest findings as the investigation continues. 5:11's the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.514 and making headlines this morning, a body has been recovered from the wreckage of Sunday's Interstate 95 collapse in Philadelphia. Pennsylvania State Police say the remains were turned over to the county medical examiner who will identify the body. No other details were provided. State transportation officials say the driver of a tractor trailer hauling gasoline lost control on an off-ramp and flipped the truck on its side, setting the fire that destroyed a section of the main north-south highway.
Well, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg spoke about the overpass collapse, saying it is a cruel reminder of the importance of the nation's infrastructure, and he promises federal support.
The people of Philadelphia, the Pennsylvania DOT, and the entire region affected by this will have the full support of the United States Department of Transportation for as long as it takes to get that restored to normal.
Now, Buttigieg says his department will use emergency funds to help with the rebuilding process, but didn't say how much it would cost. He spoke at an annual convention for the American Society of Civil Engineers, where some past leaders said the collapse may spark discussions about changing bridge design requirements. They say bridges are not designed to withstand heat from a tanker truck fire, which can reach 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
In upstate New York, one person is dead and 11 others are injured after a cave tour boat capsizes. Emergency officials say the boat tipped toward the end of the route, sending passengers into water between 5 and 6 feet deep. Those injured were sent to the hospital and are expected to be okay. Authorities are investigating what caused the boat to flip. The attraction is expected to remain closed during the investigation.
In Michigan, 2 people who survived that mass shooting at Michigan State University are now suing the school. Troy Forbush is a music major reportedly pursuing a singing career, says his lungs were damaged in the February shooting. Nathan Stately suffered a brain injury, remains wheelchair bound. Both lawsuits claim the university knew about lax security around the campus, but did nothing about it. A spokesperson for the university says the school is sorry for those harmed by the senseless gun violence, and they are talking with the families affected, trying to find ways to provide ongoing support.
5:16 now, and we need to get a check of our forecast today and see if the rain that we had yesterday, which was nice. It was pretty, but we didn't get the downpour drenching that I think we didn't.
We did, yeah.
Yeah, we got some too.
Yeah,
we got it. I mean, and it was nice, but it wasn't. I thought it was going to. I was hoping for more.
Hoping for a little bit more. Yeah, some got some really good downpours here, then others didn't. That's just kind of how it was. But most of us got at least some rain, which we definitely needed since we've been so dry. Officially, the number was 0.13, so we're still almost 9 inches below average in terms of our annual rainfall here at BWI. That's where we take the readings for the National Weather Service. But either way, it was nice to see that, and now it's a little fresher outside as we've got drier air in place and cooler temperatures. So looking out from our Towson cam right now, sun coming up in just a little bit, right about 60 degrees, no wind to speak of at this time. That dew point at 53 degrees. And when those dew points are in the 40s and 50s, that means drier air is in place. For those kids wrapping up the school year this week, beep, beep, our bus stop forecast right about 60 through 7 a.m. Upper 70s through noontime and recess, maybe doing a half day and getting out ready for summer break. 82 in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Overall, a sunny afternoon. Great day to fly today, pilots. We're talking about VFR conditions, visual flight rules all day today. So it should be a great day to get out there and fly those friendly skies. Mid-80s is typically where we are this time of year. Notice a lot of us are only going to get to the upper 70s across Baltimore and Carroll counties. 75 the Hereford zone, right about 80 in Towson and Lutherville, 82 in Baltimore City and down through Dundalk for your high this afternoon. Numbers in Howard and Arundel counties also in the upper 70s and lower 80s. For Ellicott City and Elk Ridge down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, Annapolis at 81 today. Eastern Shore, you're getting in on those upper 70s for Rock Hall and Chestertown, out through Centerville, Easton at 76, almost 80 in Chester for you this afternoon. Now, in terms of getting your car cleaned up, if Mother Nature did some of the washing yesterday, you can go ahead and get it clean today. Just know that Wednesday I have a yellow light because we're tracking another round of showers for you by Wednesday afternoon. This is our future scan. So today looks great. Again, that departing area of low pressure moving off toward the east, but there's still an upper level low that's going to be swinging around and bringing another round of showers from the Great Lakes. So this is what we're going to see for tomorrow right around noontime. A couple of scattered showers, maybe a stray thunderstorm or two. Wind is going to pick up from the west tomorrow, so that's something we'll have to deal with as well. As we get to Wednesday, late afternoon into the evening, we'll start drying out. Thursday looks like a great day as well with drier conditions. And then there's another system passing to our north on on Friday that could bring a stray shower. So a better chance for showers is tomorrow as opposed to Friday. Father's Day coming up in just 5 days from right now. Then Juneteenth is next Monday. That's in 6 days. The summer solstice, officially, it is next Wednesday. And we're just 3 weeks away from Independence Day today. It's a Tuesday this year, the 4th of July. All right, here's a look at that 7-day forecast. So lower 80s today and tomorrow. We're a little bit warmer into Thursday and Friday, and even continuing that warming trend as we head toward Father's Day weekend. Not as warm as we thought yesterday, so we're looking at mid to upper 80s for Saturday and Sunday, and then that next actual chance of rain comes again by Monday of next week. Back to you.
All right, let's take a look at the roads now on our Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. Everything is quiet out on the roads this morning. You're taking a live look from the Francis Scott Key Bridge. People starting to get up and out early, but everybody moving along. No issues to report. Let's get a check of mass transit. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning out there right now on the MARC train system. You'll find Camden Train 841 and Penn Train 505 operating with delays, running about 5 minutes late. Allow time for travel there. If your ride is on light rail link, you'll encounter a service disruption and a shuttle bus bridge in place between Timonium and Hunt Valley. Allow time for travel on light rail link. Metro subway link looking good from end to end. No delays or issues between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by Chime Medical Center.
It's that time of year where we celebrate Dad, and you could win extra spending money every day from now until June 15th. Grab your phone, scan the QR code you see for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Father's Day Pop Quiz Trivia Contest. Get the question right, and you could win the daily prize of a $100 Visa gift card. Again, scan the QR code to get the Father's Day Pop Quiz Trivia question of the day, and good luck.
Bear sightings continue around the Baltimore region. The latest incident that even put a school on lockdown.
And is it true that Marylanders have more fun? Find out where our state ranks on the list of the most fun to visit. 522, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. 524, and yeah, trending on this Tuesday morning, another bear has been spotted in our region.
This happened yesterday morning in Harford County.
And because of it, a brief lockdown was ordered at Falston High School. School officials say the bear was spotted on school grounds. Extra caution provided as students were dismissed by the end of the day yesterday.
Over the weekend, we shared this video of a bear seen in Baltimore County. See it on the right side of your screen there? It's standing up, trying to reach up to that bird feeder. This was sent in by a viewer in Kearney. Denise, thanks for sending that. This is her backyard, and it was all caught on her home Ring camera. The bear tried to get food out of the bird feeder, couldn't do it, and then just walked away.
Now, this is just the latest bear spotted in the area. On your far left there, the big screen, D.C. police say a bear from Baltimore County made its way to Northeast D.C. last week. I was just checking out the mall. The bear was captured and then released back in Maryland.
Workers with the Humane Rescue Alliance told our Sinclair sister station in D.C. they believe this same bear was the one spotted in Hyattsville earlier this week. And then also last week, one of our viewers sent us video of a bear spotted in their backyard in Columbia.
Also trending in Maryland, our state ranks high on Wallet Hub's list of the most fun states in America. According to their results, our state ranks 18th overall. Ranking at the top, the most fun state, California. Taking the last spot for the least fun state to visit, Mississippi. And our neighbor, Delaware, comes in third to last there, 48th. In order to compile the list, Wallet Hub looked at different factors, including entertainment, recreation, and nightlife.
Well, speaking of fun, make this summer even sweeter and more fun with a trip up to Hershey Park. Fox 45 Morning News wants to help that sweet tooth with a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. Every day this week, we'll be giving away tickets to the amusement park, but you have to wait for your cue to call. Just keep watching for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Hershey Park worth just over $300.
Now, if you win those tickets, or if you're going on to some other summer adventures, we want to see them. You can send us your pictures and videos through your Chime In app. That's right on our website, foxbaltimore.com, or use your FOX45 mobile app.
Yesterday's rain has cleared, and we are in for some sunny skies. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has this week's forecast.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to find out exactly how nice it's going to be on this Tuesday morning. Oh, come on, Tuesday.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
I mean, yesterday was rough because it was a Monday, and it was just kind of like that June Monday. Today it's Tuesday, and you know what? We got the rain that helped to kind of clear things out. It feels a little bit fresher, and it is cooler for sure as we look out from our Towson cam just about 10 minutes before the sun comes up on your Tuesday morning. Check out these numbers, 50s and 60s. This is what we typically like to wake up to, where you can actually get outside and enjoy that cup of coffee on your front porch as you're with us here. Check these numbers too, 10 to 15 degrees cooler than where we were just 24 hours ago. So definitely a change is in the air. So here's your morning commute. Your numbers in the 50s and 60s for the next few hours, staying dry as we get outside, and no issues on the roads in terms of weather. Lower 80s today and tomorrow, but notice tomorrow we do bring that chance for showers and maybe a stray thunderstorm as well right back into the forecast, and then we're warmer on Thursday. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network. No major issues. However, there is one westbound lanes of the Bay Bridge. There's a disabled vehicle really just tapping the brakes. Lights are on. There's flashing lights on the basically the crest of that span, and everyone's getting by. No problem at all.
5:31 now. This morning in a city in crisis, we are getting new video of yet another violent weekend in Baltimore.
This time, Fells Point, falling victim to violence again. The video shows a number of fights breaking out Sunday around one of Baltimore's most important business areas.
Now, over the weekend, this fight broke out at Broadway and Shakespeare Street. Video posted on social media shows fists flying, with witnesses saying it seemed out of control. Police were eventually able to break it up. Now, it comes after another fight just 2 weeks ago on Thames Street. Residents are fed up.
I just heard people howling and screaming, and I heard sound like shots, and that was it.
It definitely seemed out of control.
It seems like people are hurting, angry, going through changes.
Now, some experts also speaking to the issue, saying that it feels that not enough is being done to address the growing problem for Fells Point.
They don't seem to be addressing the real problem of crime in Baltimore, and there just needs to be more attention to it, and not just talk and not just window dressing.
I think they're doing what they can, but I also think that it starts at home before it even starts with the police.
It is hard to watch. You know, I wouldn't bring my kids down here.
As of now, no arrests have been made in this past weekend's fight.
Our suspect is a white male, and the three victims are Latino, but we can't draw any inferences from that. You know, we have to look at every possible angle.
Well, the man responsible for killing 3 people, according to police, and injuring 3 others in Annapolis, now behind bars. Police say 43-year-old Charles Smith, responsible for the mass shooting in that small community in Annapolis Sunday night. He's facing second-degree murder, second-degree attempted murder charges. As the case is still under investigation, officials are saying it could fall into the category of a hate crime.
And now the community is struggling to understand why a mass shooting happened on the front lawn of a home in a quiet neighborhood in Annapolis.
People are dying over stupid situations, over a party, over a parking lot, different opinions. But why does it come to guns?
Charging documents say an argument broke out before the shooting. It started with Smith complaining about not being able to park when he came home from work because of a graduation party at a home next door. A confrontation turned physical, with the suspect pulling out a gun. But the Annapolis police chief says it's too early to talk about motive.
Our suspect is a white male, and the 3 victims are Latino, but we can't draw any inferences from that. You know, we have to look at every possible angle. It's too early to tell what the motivation was, but if it is a hate crime, that falls under the U.S. Code, and it will probably be prosecuted in federal court.
The shooter is now behind bars, being held without bond. Meanwhile, we're told the wounded victims are now in stable condition at the hospital.
Well, as police were updating the public on the mass shooting, Governor Westmore and Annapolis Mayor Gavin Buckley both signaling calls for new firearm restrictions in the wake of the shooting. But that is not what happened during the last legislative session in Annapolis. Lawmakers focusing on legal gun owners this past session. Now the NRA is suing over Senate Bill 1. Gun Safety Act of 2023 restricts where legal wear and carry permit holders can carry their gun. That law takes effect October 1st, but a similar law in New Jersey was blocked by the courts. The only bill targeting criminals this past legislative session made the maximum penalty for illegal possessing a firearm uniform, raising the longest misdemeanor sentence up to 5 years for those over the age of 21.
Elsewhere in Anne Arundel County, new information on a deadly car crash happening this weekend. Police identify the driver in that crash as 23-year-old Andrew Stewart from Bowie. The crash happened late Saturday along Route 4 near Lothian. Investigators say Stewart was changing lanes before crashing with another car. The other driver was not injured. The crash still under investigation.
Right now, we are standing by for our next big report on inflation.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what it's expected to show. Megan.
We've been tracking all the graphs, everything we have up into this point right now. The new report due out at 8:30 here this morning. And guys, it is expected to show overall consumer prices rose 4% from May of 2022 to last month. If analysts are correct in their predictions, that would be a nearly 1 point drop from April's annual inflation reading. Now, the reason many are expecting such a significant improvement here is gas prices. A year ago this morning, the national average was on the verge of $5 a gallon. Remember that? This morning, AAA puts the national average at just under $3.60 a gallon. Fuel and food, guys, are the two most volatile categories when looking at inflation. If you strip those out and you look at just what's left here, core inflation is expected to come in at 5.3%. And while that would also be a slight drop from April's report, it's also a sign that prices in other categories continue to squeeze most Americans. And the question now is, will today's report be enough to convince the Federal Reserve to skip its next rate hike? Haven't seen that in a while. We know the Fed is trying to get inflation down to 2%. They're going to begin meeting here this morning with a decision on rates due tomorrow afternoon. We're going to keep you posted as today's numbers drop right here from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. A new poll from Gonzalez Research asked mail-iners for their reaction on a range of issues from the direction of the state to stolen firearms. We break down those results in our 7 o'clock hour.
Juneteenth is less than a week away. Find out which festival is back in Baltimore to celebrate.
Summer's on the way, but how warm is it going to get? Meteorologist Justin Chambers has our 7-day forecast. That's coming up 5:37. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Well, as you wake up with us on your Tuesday morning, we're about 20 minutes in front of 6 o'clock. This is about as early as the sun comes up all year as we're close to that summer solstice that is happening next Wednesday. As you head out the door this morning, maybe a light jacket, but probably don't need that. Definitely get those shades ready to go and no need for the umbrella today. However, we are tracking some rain in our immediate future. We'll talk about when that next weather maker rolls in. But Mr. Bo says we're good to go. 50s and 60s out for your morning drive.
540 and making your headlines, state transportation officials still unsure of how to fix the Washington Bridge project in Halethorpe after the bridge was built 1 inch too short. Now, when it was built, the State Highway Administration says the weight of the pedestrian sidewalk wasn't taken into account. That hefty slab of concrete ended up lowering the bridge 6 inches, leaving it 1 1/4 inches below transportation height regulations. Residents now calling the bridge a, quote, safety hazard, saying it makes getting out of one nearby neighborhood almost impossible.
In a statement to Fox 45, MDOT and SHA said we are still in discussions with CSX and the contractor in determining resolutions for the project. We are working to identify what appropriate actions are necessary to move the project forward. Costs are still being determined.
Also happening today throughout Baltimore. Baltimore City and County schools will hold school board meetings.
Mayor Scott will be speaking on DPW and DOT crews' final push for Spring Sprints initiative. The initiative addresses potholes that need to be filled and graffiti that needs to be removed.
And the Baltimore Peninsula is hosting a hiring event from 10 until 2. Now, they are looking specifically to Baltimoreans to fill a variety of positions.
Many people turn to food banks and aid programs for help during the pandemic. Coming up, how they were impacted by one of the largest COVID fraud schemes.
And an end of an era for one primetime program. You can see the host who is now leaving his show after 4 decades. 542, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local all morning.
5:45. We are now just under a week away from Juneteenth, and Baltimore will welcome the weekend in a big way. AFRAM is making a comeback.
This Saturday and Sunday, artists, vendors, and people from all over will be gathering at Druid Hill Park. The event, one of the largest African-American festivals. This year, AFRAM will celebrate Baltimore club music and the 50 years of hip-hop.
Trending now, Pat Sajak is taking one last spin on Wheel of Fortune.
He announced last night he'll be retiring after more than 4 decades as the host.
The 41st season of the show will now be his last. He made the announcement in a tweet as the show was airing right here on Fox 45. Sajak wrote, quote, "It's been a wonderful ride," and he said he'll have more to say in the coming months. Now, it's unclear who will replace him.
Sajak, now 76, has been hosting with Vanna White for 40 years. He has a home here in Maryland, in Anne Arundel County, and hopefully in retirement we'll be able to catch more Orioles and Caps games. You can catch Wheel of Fortune every weeknight right here on Fox 45 at 7:30.
Any
big announcement?
Any bids to be the next host?
Well, I'm just saying, look, when we had game show day a couple of weeks ago, and I was doing some stuff, and you know, I mean, I'm available. I think my contract's up next year, so you know.
I think you'd make a great host.
Yes.
Although we had a Jeopardy contestant in here the other day, and he talked about his dream of being a game show host. You even put him through the paces, made him do it.
We even brought up Sajak's name and said, "Hey, you know, he's getting up there," and then all of a sudden, you know, this.
But if you pull up the clip, Bob Barker in the '90s predicted a great future for me.
Well, there you go.
Just want to say.
Well, let's bring that back, and you can send that out to Wheel of Fortune. Be like, here I am.
This coming here to our station was just the path to get you to Sajak.
I could do it. Yeah. Hey, good morning, everybody. How's it going? Yeah.
You'd probably be talking a lot about the weather while you're spinning there, right?
I don't know if I can make as many good dad jokes as Pat can, though. He's got those dad jokes down for sure. But either way, great. You know, obviously, you know, sad at the end of an era, but you know, another year to celebrate basically as we get those new shows. All right, our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Good morning to you. Look at that beautiful shot, everybody. How about that? Watching the sunrise together on this Tuesday morning. Right now, temperature 60 degrees. No wind to speak of. That dew point at 53 degrees. So that's the number we want to see in the upper 40s and lower 50s for your dew point temperatures. And this is the first time we've shown this this year. But our muggy meter today, in the nice category, it will feel almost refreshing outside today because we'll have a lack of humidity, the drier air in place, and plenty of sunshine to dry us out after the rain that we had yesterday. And it was definitely kind of warm and muggy after those showers rolled through and that sun popped out yesterday afternoon. Upper 50s and lower 60s for the next few hours on your Rise and Shine cast. Sun will be up until 8:34 tonight. Golfers, what a great day to play some golf. On your forecast, mid-60s through 9 a.m. and upper 70s through noon. Into the lower 80s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. A lot of us are going to be in that below average category with highs mainly in the mid to upper 70s and lower 80s across Westminster and Bel Air over to Elkton, Eastern Shore in those mid to upper 70s, 79 in Annapolis, lower 80s in D.C. and Baltimore, right about 76 in Philly, even close to 80 in New York City if you're heading north, further north there on the 95. So here's a look at your outdoors cast, and overall, Betty the Butterfly excited to be outdoors. Now, notice that yellow light tomorrow only because we are tracking at least the chance for a few showers rolling in again on Wednesday. We've been so dry, so it's nice to get a couple of days here and there to get some of that much needed rain. But not today. Our future scan looking great. Just a mix of clouds and sun. Here comes tomorrow, that next weather maker rolling into the north. So the bottom end of that is going to bring in those chances for showers by midday tomorrow into the afternoon. Also going to pick up that wind from the west here at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. So a bit breezy tomorrow afternoon as well with some of those showers associated with that. Thursday looks great. We're drier again. And then as we head into Friday, could see another round of a few showers as well. We're just 5 days out from Father's Day, Juneteenth, and 6 days. The summer solstice is next Wednesday, and 3 weeks from today is Independence Day, just 21 days from right now in your holiday countdown. Here's that 7-day forecast. Lower 80s today and tomorrow. Will be a little bit warmer into Thursday and Friday, and as we approach Father's Day weekend, those numbers climbing again. So it should be about 87 for Dad on Sunday afternoon. Maybe a chance of a shower late Sunday. Better chance actually into Juneteenth on Monday. So hopefully we can keep the rain away for that AFRAM festival coming up this weekend. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network now. And look at this shot. This is the Key Bridge right here as the sun is coming out in full force. There is a disabled vehicle. It's not causing any delays. There's also some construction on the Hayden Bridge right now, 95. That has a little bit of delays, touch and go there, but it looks like there's no long delays there on either of these bridges. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Tuesday, Mark.
Happy Tuesday. Good morning. Out there right now on Light Rail Link, you'll find a service disruption between Timonium and Hunt Valley with shuttle buses in place bridging the gap. That's due to maintenance, and that will be with us, unfortunately, for through the end of the month. So be aware of that and allow time for travel out there on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link on time from end to end. No delays or issues. MARC train showing a couple delays in the mixed train 505 on the Penn line, and Camden train 843, both running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Former President Donald Trump has arrived in Florida to face federal charges. Coming up in our next hour, we'll have more on this historic arraignment.
A cave boat tour goes wrong right toward the end of the route. After the break, emergency officials are speaking about what we know so far. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. New this morning, President Biden is set to meet with NATO's Secretary General at the White House today. Biden was supposed to meet with Jens Stoltenberg yesterday, but the president had to reschedule after a sudden root canal procedure left him in pain. White House officials say the two will focus on the war in Ukraine. They're also expected to talk about Stoltenberg's potential replacement as he is set to leave in September. Biden's opinion carries a lot of weight since the U.S. spends more on defense than any other NATO member. On the path forward, some astonishing numbers that highlight the financial waste, fraud, and abuse that existed in the height of the COVID pandemic.
Christine Frizzell reports on the relief money that was handed out.
As millions of Americans lost their jobs and their income, many turned to food banks and aid programs for help. A reality that turned into a ruse for one group charged in the largest COVID fraud scheme in the country last year. Feeding Our Future, said to help feed children and seniors, instead raked in $250 million tax dollars to buy cars, houses, and jewelry.
More than 125 million fake meals are at issue in this case.
That case involved 47 individuals. Others have involved just one, like an Orange County, California man approved for $5 million in PPP loans he used to buy a Ferrari, a Bentley, and a Lamborghini. The total dollar amount, according to a new analysis by the Associated Press, $280 billion in stolen COVID-19 relief funding, plus another $123 billion wasted or misspent. That's a staggering $400 billion. In other words, $1,200 per American.
I think what you saw was a complete taking down of guardrails at the outset, where individuals could simply apply for funds by saying, I am who I say I am.
Michael Horowitz, Inspector General for Pandemic Oversight, says many of those guardrails were already in place, including a Treasury Department do not pay list. People on it were paid upwards of $3.6 billion. And a Social Security Administration master death list.
Turns out they sent several $billion to deceased individuals. So those weren't fraud cases. Those were just the government not checking its own records.
The government continues to aggressively pursue these cases, but we're told they'll only be able to recover a fraction of what was lost. Meanwhile, states are now setting up databases to try to prevent people seeking benefits in multiple states, with hope some lessons will be learned from this extraordinary loss. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzell.
Making your headlines this Tuesday morning, we're taking you live to the White House, where officials are defending the initial denial of reports that China has a spy base in Cuba. Over the weekend, officials confirming China has been operating a base in Cuba since at least 2019. Spy base came to light Thursday after the Wall Street Journal reported about China and Cuba's agreement for its development. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby was pressed on why he denied the report last week. He says the administration was as forthcoming as it could be at the time.
The sensitive nature of this information is such that we just simply couldn't go into more detail, even before the first story appeared, to try to better inform that reporting. That's how sensitive this stuff is.
Kirby says China's intelligence gathering efforts are nothing new. He emphasized the administration is confident it can continue to protect the nation's secrets and defend the country appropriately.
One person is dead after a boat capsized during a tour of an underground cave along the Erie Canal in upstate New York. The attraction is located about 20 miles northeast of Niagara Falls. According to emergency officials, the boat tipped toward the end of the route, sending passengers into water between 5 and 6 feet deep. 11 people were taken to the hospital but are expected to be okay. The name of the man who died has not yet been released. Authorities are investigating what may have caused the boat to flip.
It's a very well-laid path. You know, there's no treacherous spots to traverse or anything like that. It's well lit throughout the cave system. This place has been in operation for decades without incident. So, you know, the staff there is very well trained. They do this day in and day out.
The tour takes visitors on an underground boat ride through the cavern, originally built to carry water from the Erie Canal as an industrial power source. The attraction is expected to remain closed during the investigation.
City State's Attorney Ivan Bates speaking on the future of crime fighting here in the city. Just ahead, his thoughts on the new leadership within the Baltimore Police Department.
And for the first time in our nation's history, a former president prepares to face federal criminal charges. We are taking you live to the courthouse in Miami with more on how Donald Trump is expected to plead today.
Temperatures are definitely cooler this morning as we had the rain yesterday, but is more rain on the way? We'll talk about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, June 13th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us. He's got a look at the forecast, and hopefully we'll get a little bit more rain at some point this week.
That would be nice, but what I'm seeing behind you in the shot you're going to show is sun.
Yeah. Do you think Pat watches us, Pat Sajak? Because he lives in Anne Arundel County, right?
Well, if he does, he heard he heard Tom say he was getting up there, so maybe hence the
I'm just
retirement.
wondering if, maybe he can, put in a good word for me, for the Wheel of Fortune gig.
Maybe. I mean, give him a shot.
Yeah,
He's right
I was
there.
going to say, shoot your shot, Justin.
Listen, I got to do my stuff here, and I love my job here right now. And then maybe down the road someday, maybe I can do both. They tape it. It takes like 4 months, and they tape all of the shows in L.A. Anyway, all right, good morning to you. Beautiful shot of that sun that is up this morning and temperatures that are cooler. So as you head out the door this morning, maybe a light jacket, but you probably don't need that. Definitely the sunglasses and no need for the umbrella today on your out the door cast. Out for a run or a jog, great morning for that. Nice, refreshing feeling out there. Lower 60s here over the next couple of hours. Enjoy that outdoor exercise. We'll get to the lower 80s again for today, but you'll definitely feel the cooler air or the drier air, not nearly as humid as we were yesterday. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Patrice?
All right, thanks, Justin. Looking at our Lynn-Stoller traffic network now, and the cameras over the Towson region. Look at that. We're pretty clear. Not a lot of volume and no issues to report. 6:01 now. History is unfolding in front of our eyes. Today, former President Donald Trump will appear in front of a judge in Miami, facing 37 criminal charges.
Megan Gillen is at our live center now with what's expected to play out as Trump appears in court this afternoon. Megan?
Yeah, guys, taking me live to Miami this morning, where former President Trump conducted some last-minute interviews yesterday to hire a lawyer to represent him as he prepares to head here. Let's go ahead and take you live now to the courthouse in Miami, where we know Trump is expected to appear here this afternoon. I want to show you some video of the supporters of former President Trump gathering at Doral Resort in Miami. Trump calling on those supporters to join a planned peaceful protest at the courthouse here today. Yesterday, he took to Truth Social, vowing to appoint a special prosecutor to investigate President Joe Biden and his family if he is elected to a second term. Today, though, first things first, Trump expected to plead not guilty to 37 felony counts accusing him of concealing classified documents, obstructing justice, and making false statements to law enforcement. After his court appearance today, he is expected to return to New Jersey, where he has scheduled a news conference for 8:15 tonight. At that point, he is expected to publicly respond to these federal charges at his golf club in Bedminster. He is also holding a private fundraiser there. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as Trump appears in court here today. That's the latest. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. In an exclusive interview with Fox 45 News, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates explaining the start of citations that will now be issued for quality of life crimes and how he plans to work with the new leadership in the Baltimore Police Department.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live to break it all down. Shannon.
Yeah, with Michael Harrison's departure, Patrice and Tom, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates says he did not see this coming, but he also says it's not going to stop him from enforcing those quality of life crimes here in the city. Now, we also asked him if he has any concerns about working with Acting Commissioner Rich Worley. Take a listen to his response.
I don't. We've done a lot together. He's worked side by side with Commissioner Harrison, and I do feel that, if there had to be a change, he's the perfect person. He gets the bigger picture. We're going to hold people accountable. We're going to give them a shot. Not once, but twice. The community service will be done in the communities where they're given this citation.
Now, Bates describing his citation docket and how it will work there. Remember, quality of life crimes will now be enforced with a citation, and BPD and the Sheriff's Office will be the ones issuing these citations. Bates says he and Worley are on the same page with this, and we know that court hearings will be held once a month, Tom and Patrice, and that all starts on July 17th.
Shannon, as Worley awaits City Council's approval to be confirmed as commissioner, there's some concern over his residency.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Tom. In fact, we obtained records that show Worley lives in Anne Arundel County. And you'll remember, according to Baltimore's charter, he has to live in the city to be the commissioner and also to hold the deputy commissioner position, which was the position he was in prior. So in order to qualify, he would have to sign a letter of intent to move. And so we asked the mayor about this, and the mayor responded saying that Worley and his wife are, quote, actively looking to reestablish residency in the city, but he did not mention that letter of intent. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Elsewhere in a city in crisis tomorrow, Baltimore City Council will meet to decide budgets for city agencies. Here's what the mayor's budget proposal outlined. The police department will get $584 million. The mayor's office tasked with fighting crime is slated to get $24 million. The Department of Public Works will get one of the biggest allotments, $676 million. And for the first time, the city council has the power to move money around.
City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is asking for more taxpayer dollars. He's asking for an additional $800,000 to hire more prosecutors and upgrade technology. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost spoke with Bates about his request.
Public safety is number one on the voters' minds, and I feel very confident about what we've asked for.
What will happen if you don't get the requested funds to help with staff training moving forward? What will the office look like?
Well, it's very important that we have to be resourceful. One of the things we're going to look at is making sure maybe we have to do more training online. It's an all hands on deck. If they don't want to give us the money, then that's not going to stop us. We're going to do everything we can.
Following tomorrow's meeting, be sure to tune in to Fox 45 News for the final verdict. You can also download the Fox 45 News app to get alerts as soon as news breaks.
Well, new this morning, Gonzalez poll touching on topics state and nationwide.
When it comes to the job that President Biden is doing, 52% of Maryland residents approve, while 43% disapprove.
When it comes to the overall direction of our country, just 29% of Maryland say things are moving in the right direction. 66% say things are off the rails.
And here in Maryland, 54% of residents believe the state is moving in the right direction, while 38% believe it's headed in the wrong direction.
Stay tuned to Fox 45 Morning News because we will continue coverage of the latest Gonzalez poll. In fact, coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, we're speaking with pollster Patrick Gonzalez. Still ahead this morning, another chaotic weekend in the popular tourist part of town. What we are learning led up to the Fells Point fight.
And some major changes could be coming for student loan account holders, why their carriers could be shifting.
Sun is up and we're looking good and feeling good on your Tuesday. We're back with your forecast, talking about what we can expect for the afternoon and our next weather maker rolling in. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:10 is your time. Happy Tuesday morning. Hopefully you enjoyed some of that rain from yesterday, and now we have the cooler conditions here, at least for the morning time. As we look out from our Towson cam right now, you can see that sun that is now up from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Next 12 hours, those temperatures steadily rising, mid to upper 70s through the middle part of the day. Some of us will sneak into the lower 80s. Drier air that will be in place for the afternoon. And these high temps are still below average. Most of us in the mid to upper 70s and lower 80s across central Maryland on your Tuesday. Back with your full forecast. We do have some rain that we're tracking again later this week. We'll show you how that could impact you and what we can expect for the upcoming Father's Day weekend.
Making your headlines this morning, state transportation officials are still unsure of how to fix the Washington Bridge project in Halethorpe after the bridge was built 1 inch too short.
When it was built, the State Highway Administration says the weight of the pedestrian sidewalk wasn't taken into account. That hefty slab of concrete ended up lowering the bridge by 6 inches, leaving it 1 1/4 inches below transportation height regulations. Residents now calling the bridge a, quote, safety hazard, saying it makes getting out of one nearby neighborhood almost impossible.
Well, in a statement to Fox 45, MDOT and SHA, they wrote, "We are still in discussions with CSX and the contractor in determining resolutions for this project. We are working to identify what appropriate actions are necessary to move the project forward. Costs are still being determined." Still ahead this morning, former President Donald Trump will appear in court after being indicted on federal charges Friday. What we can expect to happen today.
Plus, a recall alert you need to be aware of, the connection between frozen fruit and hepatitis A. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Caught on camera, video of a woman hitting a lamppost during her driving test is going viral on social media. The footage shows 63-year-old driving over several circuit bays, and then watch this. She tries to stop the car. She actually speeds up, crashes into a lamppost, flips over with the vehicle. Local media reporting the car tipped over, as you can see right there, and firefighters had to assist her to get out of the vehicle. The woman was taken to a hospital with minor injuries. She did not pass the test.
Oh.
Interesting that she didn't pass.
She did.
Oh, I feel bad that that's viral now. I mean, that's probably like her worst day. Right. So that's the only good thing, that you don't know her name and face.
You know what I've noticed a lot lately, and I don't know if you guys picked up on this or not, but I've seen a lot of stickers on cars that say rookie driver or like new driver. I've never seen that before. Is that a new thing?
I mean, the state sends it out. Yeah, we've seen them before, right?
Yeah, I mean, just to let you know that
I'm terrible at driving, so please just stay away from me.
Well, you've been driving for a while. You shouldn't have one, but you know, like kids coming up.
Yeah,
okay.
My son has one. He's got his.
And that's cool.
So,
I've just never seen it.
Put it on the car,
I've just never seen it before. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Like rookie driver. Like, okay, everybody cool. Everybody chill out. All right, our live cam in downtown Baltimore. I haven't even talked to you guys about the McDonald's commercial I saw. So that's exciting. We'll talk about that later, because I got really excited when I saw that yesterday. All right, here's our downtown Baltimore camera. The sun is looking good. I'll step out and let you take this in full high definition. 4K, 8K, 12K, I don't know, whatever Ks you got. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam is looking very nice right now. The good news, even though that humidity is at 81%, the dew point temperatures, that's what you got to focus on, because we definitely had that muggy feeling yesterday. We had the rain, which was great, and then after that rain came through, kind of heated things up, and it was definitely kind of sticky yesterday afternoon. Not going to be the case today with drier air in place, and we're at 59 for your current temperature. So as some of those kids wrap up the school year, summer break is right around the corner. This bus gets put in the garage at the end of this week for the summertime, and then we'll have to start thinking about that bus stop countdown, not until the August or September time frame. But 60s here in the next hour, upper 70s through noon, into the lower 80s for you this afternoon. Great day to fire up that grill, maybe do some dinner outside, maybe do breakfast outside. Why not? I was going to say that. But lower 80s through 4 o'clock on your grill cast, upper 70s through 5 p.m. We're going to see those numbers in the upper 70s and lower 80s, so a little bit below average in terms of our temperatures for your highs this afternoon. Looking pretty good nationwide, too. If you're traveling, Nashville at 79 today, 84 in Atlanta, 92 in Dallas, one of the hot spots there in southern Texas, and more storms expected in the southern states as well. Even 94 in New Orleans. That's definitely cooking, with mid-60s in Chicago, so the Midwest is looking pretty good. All right, O's are back at it tonight, trying to go for their fifth win in a row. The Blue Jays are in town. First pitch at Camden Yards, 7:05 p.m., and it will not be 87, 88, and 89. I have not updated those numbers because I was getting water and I forgot, so I'll update them. It's going to be a great night for baseball in Charm City. Let's take a look at our future scan. Overall, looking good today. Now, we are tracking that potential for another round of showers coming through midday tomorrow into the afternoon. Maybe a stray thunderstorm picking up, but that wind is also going to be moving in from the west as that low pressure system tracks to the north. And Thursday looks good. Another dry day. Could see a stray shower or two coming in on Friday as we get into Father's Day weekend. And guys, this is also the final weekend of spring as summer arrives officially next Wednesday. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network and around the Baltimore region. We're looking at your drive times right now. It looks like we are in the green. The only issue to report is some delays if you're going southbound in Cecil County on 95 before you head across. It looks like the Tidings Bridge. There's a little bit of a slowdown, tapping your brakes, but everyone else moving in the green. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist, Graham. He is actually 95 northbound in the Aberdeen area. And now we want to get a check with your mass transit. We have Mark Jones from the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Camden train 845 operating with about a 5-minute delay. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Light Rail Link has a service disruption between the Timonium and Hunt Valley stations, and you'll find shuttle buses in place. That's due to maintenance through the end of the month. Allow time for travel. Expect about a 15-minute delay in your travels there. Metro Subway Link on time in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Chime Medical Center.
It is that time of year where we celebrate Dad, and you could win some extra spending money every day from now through June 15th. Grab your phone to scan the QR code for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Father's Day Pop Quiz Trivia Contest. You get the question right, and you could win the daily prize of a $100 Visa gift card. Again, just scan the QR code to get the Father's Day Pop Quiz Trivia Question of the Day. Good luck.
Student loan payments will be starting soon. After the break, the changes student borrowers could expect.
more violence breaking out right here in Fells Point once again. Just ahead, we're going to have a look at that video, and I'll break down this ongoing problem.
Fox 45 News, nominated for 26 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other local news stations combined.
.623, found your dream home but then got denied a mortgage? That can be heartbreaking and demoralizing, but there might be some things you can do, because no doesn't always mean that all is lost. As Consumer Reports explains, there are ways to reverse the bad news and get you into your new home. Home ownership can be a valuable long-term investment and wealth-building opportunity for you and future generations. But getting your foot in the door, actually buying that first home, can be tricky, especially for certain communities.
Black and Hispanic customers actually get denied home loans almost twice as much as white customers.
If your loan application gets denied, there are things you can do to help save it, but you have to act fast.
If you want to save your loan, you'll have just a day or two between the time in which the loan officer breaks the bad news to you and the bank issues a formal letter of denial.
Start by asking for a detailed explanation on why you were denied, which by law you are entitled to get. If you were denied because some information was missing or unverifiable, get it ASAP.
By providing a letter explaining anything that the lender may not be clear about, such as why there's a gap in your employment, along with supporting documentation, could salvage your loan application.
If you find you're hitting dead ends, shopping around for a new mortgage might be your best bet, but do it right away. Every time your credit score gets hard checked, it'll cost your score several points.
You'll have 14 days from the first day the original lender did a hard check to shop around for a new mortgage without further hurting your credit score.
If you are looking for a new loan, a lender that participates in a special purpose credit program might help. This program allows the lender to specifically assist disadvantaged borrowers of color, women, people with disabilities, and other underserved groups. You can find a bank offering an SPCP near you by visiting the NFHA's website. Well, if you think your loan application was denied because of discrimination, you can file a complaint at the Department of Justice's Housing Discrimination Tip Line.
In other consumer news, the restart of student loan payments may bring new servicers to millions of borrowers. A report says that several lenders have stopped managing debt for government since student loan payments have been paused for more than 3 years. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau predicts 40% of borrowers will likely have a new servicer starting in October. Those who will have a new servicer can expect an email about the change and may need to update their accounts. StudentAid.gov also has information on which company borrowers will switch to if their previous one is no longer available.
Frozen fruit sold at Costco is being recalled as federal health officials investigate a hepatitis A outbreak. Wawana Frozen Foods is recalling year-old packages of its organic Daybreak blend. The frozen fruit contains strawberries grown in Mexico, which may, quote, have the potential to be contaminated with hepatitis A, according to the Food and Drug Administration. Now, the recalled product was distributed to Costco stores in several states between April 15th of 2022 and June 26th of 2022. They have use-by dates of September and October 2023. Consumers with the affected products are advised to throw it away or return it. Wawana Frozen Foods says no illnesses have been reported.
Still ahead this morning, drier air in place this afternoon. Our Weather Authority team letting us know when our next chance of rain rolls in.
Plus, major reports dropping today, giving us some insight on the state of the economy, what we expect to learn about inflation just ahead from our live center. Time now 6:27. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. A great day ahead after we had some rain yesterday. No need to put the sprinklers on or go out there and water any of those pots.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here looking at if some more is going to come our way any point this week.
Yeah, and the other good thing today, too, guys, less humidity. So we actually have kind of a refreshing feel, even though we're almost officially in summer. Meteorologically speaking, we are in summer as we step outside right now. And yeah, we do have some rain in our forecast, but today is looking great. The sun is shining over Towson and all throughout the region on your Tuesday morning. Check these numbers, mid to upper 50s for Cockeysville and Towson, down to Baltimore City, straight down that JFX. 55 in Rosedale. Dundalk, you're at 60, and Glen Burnie and Pasadena, upper 50s. But look at these numbers. We're some 10 to 15 degrees cooler than where we were just yesterday morning after that kind of sticky start. Lower 60s next few hours. Mr. Bowe says we are good to go. Nothing to get in your way, at least weather-wise, out there on the roads, with temps in the mid-60s by 9 a.m. Back in a few minutes to take you through what we expect the rest of this weekend, this upcoming weekend as well. Patrice?
Thank you, Justin. Looking at our Lynn Stroller traffic network, and as we take a look at our live camera in the Towson region, not a lot of volume and no issues, just what you want for your morning commute. This morning in a city in crisis, we are getting new video of yet another violent weekend in Baltimore.
And this time it happened in Fells Point. Shannon Lilly joining us live with a look at the fights that were breaking out in one of Baltimore's most important business areas. Shannon?
Yeah, this is an all too familiar problem, Tom and Patrice. In fact, we have seen those fights breaking out right here on Thames Street behind me and other streets right here along the water. And so the city has made an effort to try to control the crowds and control this chaos by putting up these barricades and blocking off the square each night. They've also closed down roads on the weekend, but it seems to be doing very little to keep the fists from flying. In fact, let's get you back to this video that you can see a fight breaking out Sunday around Broadway and Shakespeare Streets. This was around 2 in the morning, and you could see those fists swinging, feet kicking, witnesses saying it just seemed out of control. Police were eventually able to break up the fight, but it comes after another fight just 2 weeks ago on Thames Street, and now residents are just fed up.
I just heard people hollering and screaming, and I heard sound like shots, and that was it.
It definitely seemed out of control.
It seems like people are hurting, angry, going through changes.
So we spoke with David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance about this, and he believes the city is just not doing enough to address the real problem of crime in Baltimore, which he says starts before the police ever even get involved. In the meantime, no arrests were made in this weekend's violence. Reporting live in Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Turning now to counties under pressure. The man responsible for killing 3 people and injuring 3 others in Annapolis is behind bars this morning. Police are saying 43-year-old Charles Smith is responsible for that mass shooting in a small community in Annapolis Sunday night. He's facing second-degree murder, second-degree attempted murder charges. As the case is still under investigation, officials are saying it could fall into the category of a hate crime.
And now that community is struggling to understand why a mass shooting happened on the front lawn of a home in a quiet neighborhood in Annapolis.
People are dying over stupid situations, over a party, over a parking lot, different opinions. But why does it come to guns?
Charging documents say an argument broke out before the shooting. It started as a complaint about parking as a house party was underway, but then a confrontation turned physical and the suspect pulled out a gun. The Annapolis police chief says it is too early to talk about a motive.
Our suspect is a white male and the 3 victims are Latino, but we can't draw any inferences from that. You know, we have to look at every possible angle. It's too early to tell what the motivation was, but if it is a hate crime, that falls under the U.S. Code, and it will probably be prosecuted in federal court.
The shooter is now behind bars, being held without bond. Meanwhile, we're told that the wounded victims are now in stable condition at the hospital.
Right now, we're standing by for our next big report on inflation.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what it's expected to show. Megan.
So many people studying the past numbers here. The new report now due out at 8:30 this morning. And guys, it is expected to show Overall consumer prices rose 4% from May of 2022 to last month. If analysts are correct in their predictions, that would be a nearly 1 point drop from April's annual inflation reading. Now, the reason many are expecting such a significant improvement here, gas prices. Think about it. A year ago this morning, the national average was on the verge of $5 a gallon. Remember that? Well, this morning, AAA puts the national average at just under $3.60. Fuel and food are the two most volatile categories when looking at inflation. So if you strip those out and you look at just what's left, core inflation is expected to come in at 5.3%. And while that would also be a slight drop from April's report, it is also a sign that prices in other categories continue to squeeze most Americans. And the question now is, will today's report be enough to convince the Federal Reserve to skip its next rate hike? That would be nice. The Fed is trying to get inflation down, though, to 2%. We know they're going to begin meeting here this morning. A decision on rates is due out tomorrow afternoon from them. We're going to keep you posted as today's numbers drop right here from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Still ahead this morning, Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates sitting down with Fox 45 News to discuss his new citation docket, what he says about holding offenders accountable.
Plus, it will feel nice to get outside this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know when our next chance of rain rolls in. 6:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Torrents of huge hail pummeled the Texas Panhandle Monday afternoon. So much hail in some places it resembled a coating of snow. And if the warmer weather has you missing winter's chill, it's not totally gone. Mirror Lake Highway in northern Utah will take you to the western Uinta Mountains, where snow remains and some lakes are still icy.
Listen to Off the Radar. New episodes every Tuesday. Find it wherever you get your podcasts.
Developing this morning, former President Donald Trump set to be arraigned in federal courthouse in Miami today.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill. All right, Kayla, what can we expect today? This is just unprecedented.
Oh, good morning, Patrice. I know, and we will find out more as this day unfolds. So Trump's arraignment will start at 3 p.m. today in Miami. This is when the judge will formally read those 37 counts against him. Charges of keeping classified documents at his Palm Beach home, Mar-a-Lago, and obstructing government's efforts to retrieve those documents. And of course, this will be a highly covered media event. Our Sinclair sister station, WPEC, on the ground in South Florida this morning. But a little bit of disappointment coming down yesterday evening for journalists. A judge ruling members of the media will not be allowed to bring cell phones and cameras into the courtroom for the proceedings, the judge citing safety reasons. Now, the judge also rejected requests from media outlets for pool cameras with just a limited number of photographs and video, saying this also would undermine security. We're also not exactly sure how the public is going to react today, but the city of Miami is bracing for protests. Miami's police chief saying that his department is bringing in enough resources ready for possible protests of any size. The former president also now struggling to solidify his legal team going into today's hearings. He's struggling to find a local Florida lawyer to add to this team. Yesterday, his lawyers spent the afternoon reportedly interviewing a lot of candidates, but they didn't make any additions. So today, he will be represented by his existing lawyers, Todd Blanche and Chris Keiss. Following the hearing today, Trump will then leave South Florida, heading up to New Jersey to his golf club at Bedminster, and that's where he will give some public remarks. Tom, Patrice, back to you.
Kayla Gaskins on Capitol Hill. Thank you.
Police in Ocean City are looking for a cartoon statue. What you can do to help find Peppa Pig.
This Maryland license plate commemorating 200 years since the War of 1812 has a website that mistakenly was directing people to an overseas gambling site. How much the Motor Vehicle Administration had to pay or to get back that domain. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .44 in your morning rush. Looking ahead, the Maryland NAACP is demanding changes to education. The civil rights group meeting this Thursday and Friday about the, quote, critical status of African-American students. The group points to lagging academic achievement and students graduating without necessary proficiency.
Police are identifying 23-year-old Andrew Stewart from Bowie as the driver killed in a deadly car crash in Anne Arundel County over the weekend. Investigators say Stewart was changing lanes before then crashing into another car. The other driver was not injured. The crash is still under investigation.
Jury selection has begun in the trial for a suspect accused in a deadly carjacking and armed robbery scheme all across Baltimore, including the shooting of an officer. In 2020, Daniel Williams was one of 4 defendants indicted by a federal grand jury. Williams and his co-conspirators are accused of committing nearly a dozen armed carjackings and robberies.
City State's Attorney Ivan Bates sits down with FOX45 News to discuss the future of crime fighting in the city in light of new leadership within the Baltimore Police Department. Shannon Lilly joins us live. Shannon, did he say how he feels about this change in leadership?
He did, Patrice. In fact, he says he was quite surprised by Michael Harrison's departure. He did not see this coming. But he also says that he doesn't have any concerns about working with Acting Commissioner Rich Worley. In fact, he says if there has to be a change, Worley is the best person for the job. And this comes, as you'll remember, as Ivan Bates's citation docket will be rolling out to enforce low-level crimes. And Bates says that he and Worley are on the same page with this. I'll break this down further in just about 15 minutes. Plus, we will hear some of the concerns rising over Worley's residency and how that could impact his confirmation as commissioner. Now back to you.
All right, it's 6:46, time to get another check of the forecast.
We have meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us right now. And yeah, look at this. Great day. I mean, no issues to report. This is one of those jobs where you're just like, it's going to be nice.
And we can talk about the McDonald's commercial that I'm excited about.
Right, yeah. Forgot.
I saw listen real quick. I saw a commercial. It had Grimace celebrating Grimace's birthday,
Grimace.
and it made me think of all the characters that used to be around. Right. Mayor McCheese,
I had
the Hamburger.
McDonald's plates.
I know, right?
All of them.
Plates in the glasses.
I hit my sister in the head.
People
with one
don't
of them.
know how good McDonald's was back in the day.
Wait, there's a confessional going on right here.
Never mind. Keep talking about McDonald's.
All right. She had to get stitches? Is that what you're about to say?
Oh, I had to call my mom at work.
Oh,
it was
boy.
over the summer.
How did I miss that?
Can't stop the blood, Mom. It was one of those things.
Wow. All right. Well, you know, they say. Da, 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 da. All right. Good morning to you. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, calm conditions, boaters and watermen. Great day to be on the water. Ahoy on your captain's cast. Westerly wind about 5 to 10 knots, and we'll see waves about a foot or less. Low tide at 10:37 this morning, and then high tide comes back in at Fort McHenry at 3:33 this afternoon. Upper 70s through noon, into the lower 80s for today. So a great day to be on the water. We'll be talking about some wind kicking up tomorrow with those small craft advisories, but nothing for today. Upper 70s and lower 80s across parts of Carroll County and Baltimore counties as well. Those numbers still in the below average category. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you're also going to see upper 70s and lower 80s. Glen Burnie and Pasadena down through Severna Park, and even Annapolis in those lower 80s for you today. Right about 82 in D.C., upper 70s in Philly down through Ocean City, heading down the ocean. Good day to be at the beach today. Maybe you're flying down there. VFR conditions, pilots. We're talking about visual flight rules all day. Not much in the way of wind. And if you're heading to the O's game, here's a look at your O's cast going for their 5th win in a row. The Blue Jays, a 3-game set in town, that divisional foe. So temperatures here in the mid-70s for that first pitch, 7:05 tonight. They've got an afternoon game coming up on Thursday, and then they'll hit the road for the weekend. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday looking pretty good with low to mid-80s, and we're going to warm things up. We'll have another chance for some showers coming in tomorrow, and then we'll be a bit warmer as we approach Father's Day weekend, and also could see some rain by Juneteenth next Monday. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your traffic, your Lynn Stoller traffic network. And we're looking at some drive times throughout the area. 795, 95, about 3 minutes longer than normal. In the yellow, really just add 1 minute if you're traveling from 95 to 83. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist, Graham. He is cruising along 95 northbound in the White Marsh area there, and you see the sun in full effect right now. A gorgeous start to your Tuesday. Trending this morning, the Denver Nuggets are NBA champions for the first time in franchise history with a Game 5 win over the Heat just last night. It's also a first for Denver head coach and former Loyola Greyhound Michael Malone, who can now add NBA champion to his resume. The Greyhounds tweeting this right here, saying a big congratulations, posting that picture. All right. So, yeah, local connection right now, and we've got, the Heat going down in 5 games.
I didn't watch any of it.
I didn't either.
I love that. And Denver was an ABA team. Remember the red, white, and blue basketball back in the old days? Yeah. But it's great to see that franchise get its first victory and first championship. Got to say, I'm a little excited tonight because my Vegas Golden Knights are going for the Stanley Cup final in Las Vegas. And if they win, it'll be our first championship for my hometown ever that we've ever had. So.
Okay. And they're a new franchise team.
Yeah, yeah. They were in the Stanley Cup finals. They lost to the Caps in 2018. Yeah. So. Anyway, I know there's a lot of Caps fans out there, but go Knights, go.
Okay, here you go, right here.
Yeah, you're in.
I'm in.
You're taking Caps
territory.
West Coast, baby, West Coast.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm fighting words right now, and he's going to be going. You're taking over Pat Sajak's job, right?
Maybe.
That plan anyway.
Maybe.
He's going to need it because the viewers are about to reject you. You rejected the Caps. It's all good. You've got Plan B. All right. Exit seats left. Happening this morning, make your summer even sweeter with a trip up to Hershey Park. Fox 45 News wants to help that sweet tooth. We're giving you a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. Every day this week, we are giving away tickets to the amusement park, but you have to wait for your cue to call. So just keep watching for your chance to win that 4-pack of tickets to Hershey Park worth just over $300.
Now, if you do win those tickets or you're just going on another summer adventure, we want to see it and we want to share it. You can send your pictures and videos through the Chime In. You'll find that right on our website, foxbaltimore.com, or you can use your Fox 45 mobile app.
Gets the bigger picture.
Still ahead this morning, our exclusive sit-down with Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, his plans moving forward with a new acting police commissioner.
Plus, ranking the most fun states across our nation, where Maryland stands on the list.
Well, what makes it fun to me is a coffee break. It's Tuesday. I know Justin said Mondays are hard. Tuesdays.
A symbol meant to represent unity is at the center of a string of crimes. People are stealing pride flags from homes and businesses.
Isabel Hansen from our Sinclair sister station in Ohio found video of it all going down and has more on how the victims are reacting.
It shows that I'm not alone.
When Brandon Krabs looks down his street in Marion Village, he sees pride.
For me, it's just an ability to show who I am without fear, to be proud of who I am, and to show my true colors.
A security camera captured this person's true colors. You can see he rips down the pride flag in front of Krabs' home, grabs a pride welcome mat, and runs toward the van.
Slightly violated, a little frustrated, hurt that someone would have the audacity to think that they could try to steal someone's joy and happiness.
And Krabs wasn't the only one targeted. This footage shows a van pulling up behind Club Diversity. Someone gets out and tears down a pride flag.
And it immediately just made me sick to my stomach.
The group hit several homes and businesses recently. Krabs House early Thursday and Club Diversity early Friday.
It's not okay when things like this happen, especially when they are just going after the flags. It's really a hurtful gesture.
This comes as the bar is gearing up for its busiest weekend with Saturday's Pride Parade in Columbus.
You know, we're just a proud, strong group. We love everybody.
They'll continue to spread that love even after this string of similar thefts.
You can't fight hate with hate. Nothing good will come.
And Krabs has this message for those involved.
I hope that people will see the hurt that it causes when they tear down someone's being or identity and reflect inwardly to see how they might relate that to something that they feel within inside themselves and hopefully change some mindsets.
They can tear down a flag, but they can't not tear us down.
Police in Ocean City are searching for 3 men they say stole Peppa Pig right from outside a candy store. Police posting these photos, hoping the public will be able to identify these 3 men here. They say the men were seen walking down the sidewalk carrying Peppa right near 120th Street at about 2 Saturday morning. Peppa normally stands outside the Sugar Planet. Now, there's 2 officers right in the back of the truck. We're not sure how that ties in. Did they find Peppa and just are looking for the men? Maybe that's what's going on here.
I think people just like to take pictures by Peppa.
Oh, okay. Maybe that was a photo from the officers taking pictures,
well,
and they're still looking for them.
She was back at her normal spot,
Gotcha.
maybe.
Okay. Yeah, so if you do recognize any of those suspects, you're asked to call police.
And Peppa is not small. That's
No.
big Peppa. That's big.
That's a big Peppa. All right, well, trending now. Pat Sajak taking one last spin on Wheel of Fortune. He says he'll be retiring after more than 4 decades as a game show host.
It's going to be so different now. The 41st season of the show will now be his last. He made the announcement in a tweet yesterday as the show was airing right here on Fox 45. Sajak wrote, quote, "It's been a wonderful ride," and he said he'll have more to say in the coming months. Now, it's unclear who is set to replace him. Justin is putting in his bid. I say it's time for a female host.
I Googled how to apply to be host of Wheel of Fortune. You just get contestants. There's nothing I can find now, but I'm just starting.
I'm going to have to give Justin a run for his money.
We'll have to call that man right there, Sajak, because now 76 years old. He's been hosting with Vanna White for 40 years. He has a home here in Maryland in Anne Arundel County. Pat, if you're watching, Justin really hopes he could replace you, but now Patrice is throwing her hat in the ring.
We'd love to have you come on the show and talk about the end of an era.
Come on, yeah. He's going into retirement so he can hang out with us right here. In fact, maybe you could swap with Justin and just do the weather around here. That'd be nice. Yeah. Now you can watch Wheel of Fortune every weeknight right here. Fox 45 starts at 7:30.
You don't mind if I give you a run for your money, Justin? Okay. All right. We have an update on the Maryland license plate debacle that we told you about last week. We now know how much it costs to correct the URL at the bottom of more than 800,000 Star-Spangled War of 1812 bicentennial plates. It costs the Motor Vehicle Administration just $1,000 to reacquire that domain after an overseas gambling page took it over. So now, again, if you follow that URL on the license plates, it does take you back to the MVA website. They got off cheap.
You got to take that plate down there, showing everybody's password. Maryland ranks high on Wallet Hub's list of most fun states in America. According to the results, our state ranks 18th overall. Ranking in the top as the top most fun state, California. Taking the last spot for the least fun state, Mississippi. Our neighbor, Delaware, came in third to last. In order to compile a list, Wild Hub looked at different factors, including entertainment, recreation, and nightlife.
City State's Attorney Ivan Bates speaking on the future of crime fighting in the city. Just ahead, his thoughts on the new leadership within the Baltimore Police Department.
New Gonzales poll drops earlier this morning. We're breaking down the numbers on how Marylanders feel when it comes to Governor Wes Moore and President Biden's performances so far.
And our temperatures are looking pretty good to kick off your Tuesday. Overall for the afternoon, what we can expect and if there's more rain in our future. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, June 13th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Want to say happy birthday to my father. He turns 80 today. So
happy birthday.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
That's a major milestone.
It is, yes. And my mother's going, she's coming up soon. We won't say your name, your age, Mom, but yeah, not far behind.
Smart son. They've got beautiful weather to celebrate.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Category is, what are you doing? What are you doing? And you were celebrating Dad this weekend. You guys had your 80th birthday party up there.
Buy a pee or take a pee?
You can take a pee, yeah,
right,
yeah. No peas. No peas. Sorry. No peas.
Not
yeah.
happy birthday?
Gotta go again. Nope. Sorry. Our Towson Cam, good morning to you. We've got the sun lighting up the trees. It feels nice this morning, guys, if you haven't stepped outside yet. Overall, our numbers are hanging out in the 50s and 60s, a lot cooler than how we started yesterday morning. Low to mid and upper 60s here on your morning drive. Mr. Bo says we are good to go. We'll top out at 82 today, back to the mid 60s tonight, and in the lower 80s again for tomorrow. Again, a chance for some more showers and possibly a thunderstorm on your Wednesday as well. A better chance or another look at your forecast. We'll do that coming up in a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads, Tom?
Not looking bad at all. Lens Solar Traffic Network. You do see one slowdown, though, 95 northbound, right in the White Marsh area. And that's that construction zone that has been an issue for months. Again, they've been moving through some equipment every once in a while, and that slows traffic down. Then they open it up. Hopefully, that's all that is.
7:02 now. History is unfolding in front of our eyes. Today, former President Donald Trump will appear in front of a judge in Miami, facing 37 criminal charges. Coming up in 20 minutes, Matt Lincoln with our Sinclair sister station in West Palm Beach will join us live from Florida with the breakdown of Trump's arrival.
Well, now to a city in crisis. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates explains the start of citations that will now be issued for quality of life crimes.
Bates is kicking off this new effort to help curb violence in the city as Baltimore police begin a new era in leadership. Shannon Lilly joins us live with more on the exclusive interview between Bates and Fox 45. Shannon?
Well, with Michael Harrison's departure, Patrice, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates says he did not see this coming, but he also says it's not going to stop him from holding people accountable and enforcing these quality of life crimes in the city. And we also asked him if he has concerns about working with Acting Commissioner Rich Worley. Take a listen to his response.
I don't. We've done a lot together. He's worked side by side with Commissioner Harrison, and I do feel that, if there had to be a change, he's the perfect person. He gets the bigger picture. We're going to hold people accountable. We're going to give them a shot. Not once, but twice. The community service will be done in the communities where they're given this citation.
Bates describing there how his citation docket will work. Remember, quality of life crimes will now be enforced with a citation, and BPD and the Sheriff's Office will be the ones issuing these citations. Bates says he and Worley are on the same page with this, and those court hearings, Tom and Patrice, will be held once a month. They start on July 17th.
So, Shannon, as Worley is waiting City Council approval to be confirmed as the next commissioner, there's concern about his residency. What's going on there?
Yeah, there absolutely is, Patrice. In fact, we obtained records that show Worley lives in Anne Arundel County. And you'll remember, according to Baltimore's charter, as commissioner, he has to live in the city. Also, as deputy commissioner, he's supposed to live in the city, and that was the position that he held previously. And so Worley would have to sign a letter of intent to move to the city to qualify. And so we reached out to the mayor about that. We did get a response. He says Worley and his wife are, quote, actively looking to reestablish residency in the city, but he did not mention that letter of intent. So we'll have to wait and see how this plays out. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Shannon, 7:05 now, and elsewhere in a city in crisis tomorrow, Baltimore City Council will be meeting to decide the budgets for city agencies. Here's what the mayor's budget proposal outlined. The police department would get $584 million. The mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, is slated to receive $24 million. The Department of Public Works will get the biggest allotments, $676 million. Now, for the first time, the city council has the power to move money around.
City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is asking for more taxpayer dollars. He's asking for an additional $800,000 to hire more prosecutors and upgrade technology. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost spoke with Bates about that request.
Public safety is number one on the voters' minds, and I feel very confident about what we've asked for.
What will happen if you don't get the requested funds to help with staff training moving forward? What will the office look like?
Well, it's very important that we do. We have to be resourceful. One of the things we're going to look at is making sure maybe we have to do more training online. It's an all hands on deck. You know, if they don't want to give us the money, then that's not going to stop us. We're going to do everything we can.
Following tomorrow's meeting, be sure to tune in to Fox 45 News for the final decision. You can also download the Fox 45 News app to get alerts as soon as news breaks.
Residents in Fells Point voicing concern after another case of violence hits one of Baltimore's most important business areas. Over the weekend, this fight broke out at Broadway and Shakespeare Streets. A video posted on social media shows a fist swinging, feet kicking, witnesses saying it seemed just out of control. Police were eventually able to break it up. It comes after another fight just 2 weeks ago on Thames Street. Now residents and experts say it feels like not enough is being done to address a growing problem for Fells Point.
They don't seem to be addressing the real problem of crime in Baltimore, and there just needs to be more attention to it and not just talk and not just window dressing.
I think they're doing what they can, but I also think that it starts at home before it even starts with the police.
It is hard to watch. You know, I wouldn't bring my kids down here.
As of now, no arrests have been made in this past weekend's fight.
Jury selection begins in the trial for a suspect accused in a deadly carjacking and armed robbery scheme across Baltimore, including the shooting of an officer. Back in 2020, Daniel Williams was one of 4 defendants indicted by a federal grand jury. Williams and his co-conspirators are accused of committing nearly a dozen armed carjackings and robberies. One of those crimes included the shooting of former Baltimore Police Sergeant Isaac Carrington, who was left paralyzed after being shot outside his home back in 2019.
The man accused of shooting and killing 3 people and injuring 3 others in Annapolis is in jail this morning. Police say 43-year-old Robert Smith is responsible for that mass shooting in a small community in Annapolis Sunday night. He's facing second-degree murder, second-degree attempted murder charges. As the case is still under investigation, officials say that it could fall into the category of a hate crime.
Community is struggling to understand why a mass shooting happened on the front lawn of a home in a quiet neighborhood in Annapolis.
People are dying over stupid situations, over a party, over a parking lot, different opinions. But why does it come to guns?
Charging documents say an argument broke out before the shooting. It started with Smith complaining about not being able to park when he came home from work because of a graduation party at a home next door. A confrontation then turned physical, with the suspect pulling out a gun. But the Annapolis police chief says it's too early to talk about motive.
Our suspect is a white male and the 3 victims are Latino, but we can't draw any inferences from that. You know, we have to look at every possible angle. It's too early to tell what the motivation was, but if it is a hate crime, that falls under the U.S. Code, and it will probably be prosecuted in federal court.
The shooter is now in jail, being held without bond. Meanwhile, we're told the wounded victims are now in stable condition at the hospital.
7:09 and new this morning, Gonzales poll is touching on topics statewide and nationwide.
Let's take a look at some of the questions and the results. Do you approve or disapprove of the job Wes Moore is doing as governor? Just over 55% say they approve. Just over 26% say they disapprove. About 18% have no answer.
When it comes to the job President Biden is doing, 52% of Maryland residents approve, while 43% disapprove.
Currently, it's only a misdemeanor to possess a stolen firearm in Maryland. Do you agree or disagree that it should be a felony in Maryland to possess a stolen firearm? Almost 90% of voters say they agree. Just about 9% disagree, and just about 2% say no answer. Stay tuned to Fox 45 News all morning long as we continue coverage of the latest Gonzales poll. Coming up in just about 30 minutes from now, we're speaking to pollster Patrick Gonzales here in our studios. Here is a look at the stories making headlines this hour. A father claims city schools did not prepare his daughter for her future. Fox 45 News' Project Baltimore investigates if new graduation requirements are pushing students further behind.
Still to come, heading to court. City of Miami bracing for former President Trump's historic criminal court hearing. What you can expect from today's proceedings. 7:10 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, nominated for 26 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other local news stations combined.
An arrest and charges are made against a suspected shooter in Annapolis. This is the county executive and council members agreed to an increase in salary for police and allocate more funds to hire additional police officers. Joining us now with the steps that he is taking to improve public safety, Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman. Good morning, Executive.
Good morning. Good to be with you.
Good to be with you, too. I know you're dealing right now with 6 people shot, 3 dead, and what we're hearing was a dispute over parking. There's a lot going on about that. But I wanted to focus now because they do say that they have the suspect in custody. What does this mean for the safety moving forward for Anne Arundel County?
Well, I mean, the Annapolis Police Department did a fantastic job getting on site and settling the situation, moving right in and taking into custody the person who was the person of interest, pretty clear person who fired the shots. So the next door neighbor, in fact. Anne Arundel County Police then came in and filled in Annapolis while the Annapolis Police Department was at the scene. And then our crisis response team, which is our mental health clinicians with our police officers, was there all night, has been there working with the family and the friends.
Yeah, taking care of the situation as quick as possible, which is the best outcome that we hope for these victims and whatever happened transpired there. I want to kind of a little bit more about what is going on now with your council members and you and the discussions back and forth about the budget, because I know that was an issue. Last time we spoke, you had said you were hoping for increases here for not only first responders pay, but also to try and get more police officers out on the streets.
Yeah, I mean, first responders got a good contract this year, and as did our teachers and all of our public employees. It was a year we felt like we really needed to compete. It's hard to hire folks, and particularly police officers in this environment has been difficult. We've got a recruit class graduating this week. We need to grow those classes. We did have a conversation with our county council, though, about some additional money that their auditor created with some cuts in our budget, which we agreed with. They were legitimate cuts. And decided to transfer some of that money into teacher starting pay, but also $1 million into another 10 officers. We hope we can hire those 10 officers and fill those positions. But we're doing other things as well besides putting officers on the street. We're in Annapolis. We've got a $700,000 program. We're starting violence interruption, hiring local people to be more integrated in the community to prevent some situations like this. And then our gun violence intervention.
Executive, is that something that, I mean, when we hear violence intervention, is that something that you're getting from Baltimore, or is this something from outside, a program that's outside, or is this Baltimore City that kind of is an influence on that?
It's happening all over the country. A consultant came in, spent a week in Annapolis and talked to local organizations, and it was not a Baltimore-based organization, but Cure Violence. And we've got a separate program that's similar going on in Severn, another part of our county. So we're increasing that work. And we've got this gun violence intervention team that we created after the Capitol Gazette shooting. Remember, that was 5 years ago, coming up in 2 weeks. And we've been sort of picking around the edges, trying to do the things that we can legally do as a county. We're not authorized to take guns off the street or to decide what the rules are about who can have guns. That happens at the higher levels of government. But things like gun locks and gun safety and mental health, we can do a lot about, and we are.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. We have Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman. Thank you.
Thank you.
It is 7:17, and we need to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's Tuesday.
Feels like it.
Hump Day Eve. Almost the middle of the week.
That's very ambitious.
Just trying to say. Keeping it positive.
There.
We could just say we're getting closer to the weekend then.
That's exactly right, Tom. We are a minute closer to the weekend than we were last minute. So that's also a good thing. Had the rain that came through. Here's, I think, the best news today, guys, is the fact that we'll have less humidity. Also, that air kind of cleaned out a little bit. Remember all that smoke and all that haze that we had that was even lasting through Sunday? Yesterday, we had some rain showers and things are a lot clearer and a little bit nicer now. Even temperature-wise, we're in the lower 60s right now. So it is a cooler morning, a beautiful afternoon ahead. We are tracking the potential for some more rain by the time we get into tomorrow. But highs today sliding into the lower 80s. Overall, not bad. Only a couple of more days for the bus stop forecast. Beep, beep, at least for this school year, as summer break is around the corner. Summer break's already started for a lot of kids. Upper 70s through noontime and into the lower 80s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Overall, a sunny afternoon. Marco! All right, cool. A couple of people are playing. On our Splashcast, UV index in that high category today. So just be aware if you are going to be hanging out in the pool or near the pool, get that sunblock on, especially between 10 and 2. We'll see lower 80s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Great day for hanging out by the pool. And we'll see these temperatures too, upper 70s and lower 80s. I mean, typically this time of year, we're in the mid 80s and we were warm and even hot over the weekend. So those numbers are going to be a little bit cooler. Not only here, but up and down the 95 corridor, out toward western Maryland at 72 and Cumberland today, 77 if you're heading down the ocean there at Ocean City. I think the sprinklers can probably stay off. Hopefully you got some good rain yesterday. Excuse me. And then tomorrow we're getting that fact for the chance that we'll get some more rain on Wednesday, so may want to just keep the sprinklers off and at least try to conserve some of that water. On your car wash cast, again, you can clean the car up today, but just know we have a yellow light for tomorrow because we are tracking a little bit more of that rain. So here's our future scan. Dry today. Here comes another weather maker. It's going to roll into the north tomorrow, but that's going to bring some showers by tomorrow midday into the afternoon. A couple of scattered showers. Wind picks up as well. We're definitely drier behind that on Thursday. Shout out to Tom Black in Sparks, Dina and Maddie, Rhodesian Ridgebacks. I've never heard of those types of dogs, but there they are hanging out in the window. So there you go, Tom. Thanks for sending that picture in. And I love your pet pics as always. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. All right, quickly, here's your 7-day forecast. Lower 80s today and tomorrow. We're warmer on Thursday and Friday, approaching Father's Day weekend. Should be mainly dry this weekend, but that rain chance picks up again as we head toward Juneteenth on Monday. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. This morning, former President Donald Trump preparing to head to a Miami courthouse. He's expected to plead not guilty to dozens of federal charges in connection with alleged mishandling of classified documents.
Matt Lincoln from our Sinclair sister station in Florida is live. He's got the latest on the indictment. Matt, busy time there.
Yes, Tom and Patrice, good morning to you. There is plenty of excitement here this day right outside the Miami federal courthouse. We are expecting to see former President Donald Trump to come here right before his arraignment time at 3 p.m., but we are already beginning to see some protesters and supporters set up right across the street. Most of the people sitting in chairs right now knowing that the excitement is coming later on, and the Miami city officials have been preparing for some large crowds here today.
Former President Trump arrived yesterday afternoon at his golf club in Doral, about 9 miles from the federal courthouse, to meet with his defense team about today's arraignment. Trump is expected to plead not guilty to 37 federal criminal counts, all stemming from allegedly keeping classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago resort. The unsealed affidavit claims that Trump kept boxes of classified documents that had top secret national defense information at times in a bathroom, a bedroom, and a storage closet by the pool. The affidavit cites evidence that Trump told staff to move the boxes, change labels, and mislead federal investigators. With these new charges and allegations, Trump supporters don't seem to be wavering. City of Miami officials say they have been working with state and federal agencies to prepare for what could be an unruly crowd outside the courthouse today.
In our city, we obviously believe in the Constitution and believe that people should have the right to express themselves. But we also believe in law and order.
This is an example of a digital flyer circulating on social media. The Florida Republican Assembly saying they're loading multiple buses of Trump supporters from Orlando to drop them off in front of the courthouse this afternoon. Those supporters that arrive may not be able to set their eyes on the man they're coming to see. The federal courthouse in Miami has an underground entrance. Once inside, Trump is expected to be fingerprinted, but his mugshot is not likely to be taken. He then will stand in the courtroom to face charges next to alleged co-conspirator Walt Nauta, a Trump aide who the DOJ claims was often the person physically moving these documents. They will then face Judge Eileen Cannon, appointed to the federal bench by President Trump in 2020. Judge Cannon heard Trump's challenge to the initial investigation, and she's the one who appointed a special master to review the documents seized in the raid of Mar-a-Lago last year. Some are suggesting that is reason enough to find another judge.
She could recuse herself. Whether she should or not is up to her. And what I make of it is that she's probably going to be the judge. And the prosecution knows that, and they're just going to have to deal with it.
Trump is expected to plead not guilty.
And while this is the second time in 3 months that former President Trump is being arraigned, this is a whole very different case than what's happening in New York City. Many of these charges, 37 counts, face a possibility of 10 to 20 years in prison each. We're seeing some enhanced police presence now around the Miami courthouse as we get closer. And of course, after he's arraigned today, former President Trump is expected to board his plane right down the road at Miami International Airport and fly to New Jersey, where he will make some public comments at his private club. Live in Miami, I'm Matt Lincoln. Back to you.
Lincoln's got a very busy day. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Well, switching gears, make a sweet trip up to Hershey Park, and you might be able to do it for free. After the break, what you need to do to win 4 tickets worth just over $300.
And yes, as Father's Day approaches, we enjoy the funny ties, the pet rocks, and the pencils you get us, but maybe some exciting cruises is a possibility. We're City Cruises. We'll talk about that coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Make this summer even sweeter with a trip up to Hershey Park.
Fox 45 Morning News wants to help you with your sweet tooth and get a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. Every day this week, we'll be giving away tickets to the amusement park, but you have to wait for your cue to call. Just keep watching for your chance to win the 4-pack of tickets to Hershey Park worth just over $300. Maryland changes its high school graduation requirements to help students, but some say we're setting them up for failure. After the break, Project Baltimore takes a closer look at the new graduation requirements for Maryland students and how they could change again.
And we are getting a glimpse on where you believe Maryland is heading in its leadership. In just about 15 minutes, we're going to be speaking with pollster Patrick Gonzalez about the new numbers he just released this morning. 7:28, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. Coming up on 7:31, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to go right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at this great forecast we have in store today.
Yeah, once you pick up that card right there, it's a $500 gift card to Spas United. And that'll be for you and your family and friends to enjoy.
Just letting everyone know at home that he's actually auditioning for Wheel of Fortune
I'm just
throughout
saying,
the morning.
Pat lives around here. He should come up and hang out with us and I'll let him do the weather a little bit. And he can talk about being on the show because, you know, he's retiring. I can't believe it. Our legend is going to be done. So, all right, looking outside right now. Beautiful shot. There it is. Taxi over the inner harbor this morning. Plenty of sunshine, and our temps are looking pretty good. In fact, most of us are hanging out in the 50s and 60s. And boaters and watermen, a good day to be on the water. West wind about 5 to 10 knots. Waves about a foot or less. That low tide at 10:37. Back in at 3:33 this afternoon. So, should be a good day to be outdoors. Now, tomorrow, we do have some stronger wind coming in. Possibly some showers, maybe even a thunderstorm. So, a little unsettled weather for the middle of the week. But our temps staying in the 80s through Thursday. We'll talk about what we do for the weekend in terms of if those temperatures get warmer or not, and if there's more rain to talk about as well. All coming up in a few minutes from right now. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. When a student graduates from Baltimore City Public Schools, will they have the education they need to be successful? One father says his honor student was woefully unprepared.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, Maryland has changed high school graduation requirements to help students, but some say we're setting them up for failure.
Graduation day.
It's a proud day.
For Desmond Stinney's youngest daughter.
Today's a big day.
One certainly filled with pride, but also worry.
I just kind of want to get through it.
You see, 3 years ago, in 2020, Stinney celebrated the high school graduation of his oldest daughter, Xaviera.
Our prize cadet here. We're so proud of her.
An honor student, soccer star, and graduate of Baltimore Polytechnic Institute.
She's accomplishing so much more than her old man at such a young age.
Xaviera didn't just graduate from any city high school. She went to one of the best. In 2020, Poly had a graduation rate greater than 95%, one of the highest in Maryland. 77% of students tested scored proficient in English that year. 54% scored proficient in math. Both the best scores in the city.
Did you think she was prepared to go to a military academy?
Absolutely. There was no indication that she wasn't.
But soon after graduation, this father watched his daughter's bright future nearly fall apart. Xaviera enrolled as a cadet into one of the United States military academies. But Stinney says when she got there, she quickly fell behind and was placed on academic probation. She was in danger of failing out of college.
And that was the moment we realized that the foundation wasn't built at all. And we had a very false sense of superiority having the grades that we had.
Stinney says the academy had to create a special math remediation course to help his daughter stay in school.
We never thought basic math would be the stress in her life for those 16 months that she was on academic probation.
Xaviera is now off academic probation and is doing well. But Stinney worries about the other students, including his younger daughter.
We can see the finish line.
Especially after he learned Maryland has changed its graduation requirements, a change he fears could result in more graduates not being prepared.
I think that's counterproductive. I think if we lower our standards, I think that's at the detriment of the children.
In 2019, the year prior to the pandemic, to receive a high school diploma, Maryland students had 3 graduation requirements: earn 21 credits, complete 75 service hours, and pass state assessments in the 4 main subjects. From 2020 to 2023, students no longer had to pass state assessments to graduate. They just needed to take them. And next year, new standards take effect again. For a majority of the class of 2024, Maryland students will only have 2 requirements to graduate: 21 credits and 75 service hours. State assessments will now count for 20% of their final grade for that subject, meaning Students won't have to pass the state test to graduate. In 2025, the state is expected to change requirements again. Most graduating seniors will likely need 22 credits to graduate. But again, state assessments will only count for 20% of the final grade.
Do you think this is lowering the standards?
Well, anytime you got to do less to get to the same result, I think you're taking a hit on your standards.
The Maryland State Department of Education will not interview with Project Baltimore, but told us in a statement the change was made because high-stakes exit exams disproportionately and negatively impact minority and economically disadvantaged students, reducing their likelihood of graduating from high school. The statement continued to say, a student's course grade is a stronger predictor of college and career success than performance on standardized assessments.
I think we're setting them up to fail.
But graduation rates will probably go up because there's fewer requirements to graduate.
Mm-hmm. And we talked about that false sense of superiority. We thought we were ready. And then when it became game time against higher level competition, we weren't ready.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
It's not someone's real voice.
Forget about socks for Father's Day. What about city cruises and this wonderful offering? Yum. It's coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Oh, I'm thinking about boating right now. Lots of sunshine returning today, but how long will it last? Hopefully for Father's Day. Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking that down, plus what we could expect after the weekend. 7:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. $7:40, it's so Baltimore. Father's Day is this weekend.
So treat Dad to a special day out on the Inner Harbor. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live downtown with what City Cruises has to offer. Mark.
That's right, guys. Tom knows dads are tired of getting toothpicks for Father's Day while mothers get shipped across the country. So Chad is here with us for some exciting ideas for dad as we head into Father's Day.
That's right, Mark. Well, welcome aboard the Spirit of Baltimore again, and we're honored to be hosting Father's Day cruises again this Sunday. We have a brunch cruise that starts at 1 o'clock and goes till 3. We have a dinner cruise that night as well. Here's some wonderful new samplings of our brand new buffet experience that we have here. A summer berry and farro salad for the lighter side for the dads.
Nice.
And you get into your heavier options with a chef-carved tri-tip steak, along with some scalloped potatoes, some cheddar scalloped potatoes, some roasted vegetables. And then when Dad gets ready to come into dessert land, we have some individual desserts ready to go, along with our own take on a Smith Island cake, which has a Old Bay infused frosting to go with it.
It's so interesting. That's this one right here, right?
That's correct. You got it.
It just something about it said, "Look at me."
That's right.
I didn't know what it was.
That's right.
I bet Patrice, I don't know, I think Patrice probably likes the middle, and I think Tom would be adventurous and go with the new takes. But I could be right or wrong. But again, what a great offering you have here.
It's a great opportunity for dads to come out and celebrate.
Definitely.
You're on point with that. I might skip the Smith Island. That's interesting. I'm gonna go for the middle one or the chocolate on the end.
And you know me, I'll try anything.
Awesome.
I'll wait for you guys to tell me how it was.
There we go.
All right, but you gotta get out there and taste.
Yeah, in fact, if you'd like some more information about how you can get the tickets, just go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
As crime continues to rise, the Baltimore Police Commissioner steps down. Still ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, what needs to happen ahead of the summer peak months?
Former President Donald Trump set to appear in front of a judge today in Miami. Still ahead, what he's asking his supporters to do ahead of the trial. Time now, 7:42.
7:45, a new Gonzales poll is out that gives us a snapshot of how people are feeling about the direction Maryland is heading in, its leadership, and some of the hot-button topics that are in the headlines. Pollster Patrick Gonzales is joining us this morning with more on those results. Good morning.
Good morning, Patrice.
All right, so let's start with leadership. Governor Moore, new to the role. How do people think he's doing?
Well, we asked Maryland voters for the first time how they rate the job that Governor Moore is doing, and we found that 55 approve and 27 disapprove, with 18 not yet offering an opinion, which when I saw those numbers, I thought they were kind of good.
So what's the breakdown with Democrats and Republicans, though, about those who do approve? I mean, there's a big difference there.
There's a huge difference. Not quite as huge as with President Biden, which I guess we'll talk about in a second. But among Democrats, 77% approve of the job that Governor Moore is doing, and only 8% disapprove.
Okay. What about the direction of this state overall? Are people feeling confident?
Yes. Overall, 54% say the state is moving in the right direction, while 28% say it's moving in the wrong direction. And that's about where I would have expected it.
One of the things I thought was interesting in your poll was that 29% of voters who think the state is moving in the wrong direction still approve of the job that Governor Moore is doing. What's behind that?
Well, I mean, what's behind that is fundamentally life is not two-dimensional, and I think people are smart enough to figure out that if they think it's moving in the wrong direction, maybe it's not all Governor Moore's fault. So I think that's something, and I just think it's a carryover from the impressive job he did during the campaign to become elected governor, and I think people are kind of reflecting their attitudes of what happened with his first session. So if I were Governor Moore, I would be fairly encouraged by these numbers.
All right, let's talk about crime. Always a hot button topic in our state. And you asked people if stolen firearms should be a felony, and the majority said yes.
Not only the majority, almost the unanimous majority, 89% said yes, the possession of a stolen firearm should be a felony. And Patrice, here is what makes this result so interesting. Typically, you see a huge break between Democratic attitudes, Republican attitudes. Well, here there is near unanimity. About 90% of Marylanders, whether they're black or white or male or female or young or old or progressive or conservative, agree that the possession of a stolen firearm should be a felony.
That's going to be interesting when the legislature gets back to session, because they're being criticized for not doing more when it comes to crime and some of the gun laws that were being looked at in the last session. If so many of the citizens want movement in that direction, seems like they may have to give them some of that.
I think you're right.
All right, so let's move on. Governor Moore proposing the banning the sale of all new gas-powered cars by 2035. One of the other questions that you asked about that. What do voters have to say about that? Do they want that? Do they not?
Well, what we found when we asked whether they support or oppose banning all new gas-powered cars by the year 2035. 37% said they support it, while 61% opposed it. Within the support, it was 14% strongly support, but with the opposition, it was about 50% strongly oppose. So right now, I think the ambitious goal is not syncing with reality. The reality is, if we took, and I think there are about 1.7 million registered cars in Maryland. If today we made them all electric, it would be, we got to have the infrastructure in place, and I think people are reflecting that. It's probably too big a leap at this point, certainly reflected by voters' attitudes by it.
All right, let's take a quick look nationally before we let you go. You asked Marylanders about the job President Biden is doing. What was that result?
Well, we asked, do you approve or disapprove? Found that 52% approve and 43% disapprove. The 52% today represents a drop of 6 points from the 58% we had in our January poll. So he's still over 50%. But we got to keep in mind, this is Maryland. This is a state where he won 66, 67% of the vote. I think Joe Biden in 2020 got the higher percentage of the vote in Maryland than any presidential candidate ever. So it's not horrible, but not great.
And not surprising that of the 52% who approved, 79% of them, you say, are Democrats and just 7 are Republicans.
Exactly. And 92% or 91% of Republicans oppose. Now, here's where here's where the independents come. Among independents today, 51% disapprove compared to only 42% approve. That's kind of the group where it's got to go toward for the next 18 months. Leading into the election.
Patrick, thank you so much. Good information there. And you've got a second part of this poll coming out. We're going to take a look at the national election cycle and what could happen there. So we'll maybe get to some of that tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
7:51 is your time right now as we take a look at our Towson camera. We do have that sun that is out there this morning, and we're seeing some cooler temperatures as well. So next hour, numbers into the mid-60s, taking you through noon. Good day for lunch outdoors or anything you want to do outdoors today with upper 70s. Drier air is going to be in place, and temperatures will slide into the lower 80s for some of us as we get into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour on your Tuesday. So checking some of those numbers across Carroll and Baltimore counties, upper 70s and lower 80s for Westminster and Eldersburg over to Cockeysville, 80 in Towson, 78 Perry Hall and White Marsh for your highs this afternoon. Up and down the 95 corridor, we'll keep those 70s and 80s for Philly and Baltimore, down through D.C. Right about 83 in Richmond, and upper 70s if you're heading down the ocean there at Ocean City. And pilots, a good day to fly today if you want to get up there in your Cessnas or your Moonies. Our visual flight rules is what we're talking about. We are a go for launch. Now, also about getting the grass cut. You can do that today and Thursday, even tomorrow for the most part. I've got a yellow light there on Wednesday because we are tracking a few showers coming in tomorrow. But great night for baseball here in Charm City. O's going for their 5th win in a row against the Blue Jays. Also, Ravens mini camp, the mandatory mini camp, starts today and goes through the next couple of days. So a lot of players expected to show up because they have to show up today before we get into training camp at the end of July. All right, so here's a look at our future scan. Overall, great afternoon today. Tomorrow, a little bit more of the unsettled weather rolls in. We'll see some showers in the morning and then off and on showers through midday into the afternoon. Maybe a stray thunderstorm or two as well. Wind's going to pick up from the west. But Thursday also looking pretty nice. So overall, next couple of days, not too bad. We'll be warmer by Thursday and Friday as we approach the final weekend of spring. Also, Father's Day is this weekend. So Sunday, not looking too bad with mid to upper 80s. But next actual chance for rain after that really will come on Monday for Juneteenth.
Baltimore Pride is returning this weekend. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour. Who will be performing at the event?
Many kids will be spending lots of time outside with many benefits to playing outdoors. But too much can cause sunburns and dehydration. Still ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, some safety tips to keep our kids safe this summer. Adults are going to be spending more time outdoors, too. In fact, sipping on some coffee right now on the front porch or the back deck. Great way to start your morning.
That sounds really relaxing. It's time for a coffee break.
Is that an otter or the next basketball star? One otter is impressing people in Oregon with her slam dunk skills.
All right, well, check it out. This is Juno, and oh yeah, she is showing guests at the Oregon Zoo just how well she can dunk. Oh, and spin move. She was taught how to dunk a mini basketball by zookeepers as a way to strengthen her elbow joints, and it looks like she's putting those joints to good use because she also knows how to dribble. She plays better than some people I know.
Yes, definitely.
That's pretty good. All right, good day to get out and practice your basketball skills. Highs are going to be in the upper 70s, lower 80s. Just ahead, how long these warm temperatures last.
City State's Attorney Ivan Bates speaking on the future of crime fighting within the city. Just ahead, his thoughts about the new leadership within the Baltimore Police Department.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, June 13th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Megan Gillen. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers after a little bit of rain. I think you and I got gypped on the rain yesterday.
I know. It was pretty. Yeah. It came down. I was like, oh, this is nice and relaxing, but I wanted it to pour and drench
Me too.
our yard.
Some people got that. We got a lot of areas that had some big downpours here and a lot of rain. Officially, just over a tenth of an inch at BWI. So we're still like almost 9 inches below average for this time of year. We'd love to get some more rain. We actually might get some more rain as we get into your Wednesday. But overall for today, seeing dry conditions right now out over the inner harbor. Overall, your morning run, not too bad. Upper 60s and lower 70s for the next few hours if you want to get some exercise in. The big news today is the fact that we're drier, so less humid. Also, that air has cleaned out a bit with the rain that has washed away a lot of those particulate matter and all that smoke that we had the last couple of days. So 82 for our high this afternoon, mid 60s tonight, lower 80s tomorrow with a better chance of a couple more showers for the morning into the afternoon. And we'll break that down for you hour by hour coming up in a few minutes from right now.
8:02 now. History is unfolding right in front of us today. Former President Donald Trump will appear in front of a judge in Miami, facing 37 criminal charges.
We have Tom Rogers at our live center with what is expected to play out as Donald Trump appears in court this afternoon. Tom.
Yeah, 8:02 right now, and from the live center here, taking you live to Miami, where former President Trump will be conducting the last-minute interviews. He just did them yesterday. He hired a lawyer to represent him when he heads to the federal courthouse this afternoon. You're taking a look at some video now of supporters of former president gathering at the Doral Resort in Miami. Trump calling on his supporters to join a planned peaceful protest at that courthouse later today. Yesterday, he took to Truth Social, vowing to appoint a special prosecutor to investigate President Joe Biden and his family if he is elected for a second term. Today, Trump is expected to plead not guilty to those 37 felony counts, accusing him of concealing classified documents, obstructing justice, and making false statements to law enforcement. After his court appearance today, he's expected to return to New Jersey, where he scheduled a news conference for 8:15 tonight to publicly respond to the charges. This is all happening out of his golf club in Bedminster. Now, he'll also be holding a private fundraiser there. We'll keep you posted right here from our live center as soon as we see him and they take some more detailed shots from the courthouse.
In an exclusive interview with Fox 45 News, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is explaining the start of citations that will now be issued for quality of life crimes and how he plans to work with the new leadership in Baltimore Police to achieve this.
Shannon Lilly joining us live to break this down. Shannon.
Well, with Michael Harrison's departure, Megan, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates says he did not see this coming, but he also says it's not going to stop him from holding people accountable and enforcing those quality of life crimes we see here in the city. So we also asked him if he has any concerns about working with Acting Commissioner Rich Worley. Take a listen to his response.
I don't. We've done a lot together. He's worked side by side with Commissioner Harrison, and I do feel that, if there had to be a change, he's the perfect person. He gets the bigger picture. We're going to hold people accountable. We're going to give them a shot, not once, but twice. The community service will be done in the communities where they're given this citation.
Well, Bates is describing how his citation docket will work there. Remember, quality of life crimes will now be enforced with the citation, and BPD and the Sheriff's Office will be the ones issuing these citations. So Bates does say that he and Worley are on the same page with this. And remember, Megan and Patrice, court hearings will be held once a month, and that all starts on July 17th.
Approval. There's been some concern over his residency. What's going on there?
Well, there absolutely has. In fact, we obtained records, Megan, that showed that Worley actually lives in Anne Arundel County. And so you'll remember, according to Baltimore's charter, he has to live in the city as commissioner and even as deputy commissioner, which is the position that he held previously. And so he would have to sign a letter of intent to move to the city in order to qualify as commissioner. And that's something that we reached out to the mayor about. We did get a response. He says Worley and his wife are, quote, actively looking to reestablish residency in the city, but he did not mention that letter of intent. So, of course, we'll continue to follow this and see what impact it has on his confirmation as commissioner. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. A new Gonzales research poll asked Marylanders how they feel about local and national leadership, including some of Governor Wes Moore's proposed policies. We're going to break it all down.
And a new bridge is coming up short. How MTA is addressing what residents call a safety hazard.
Temperature's not too bad right now. We'll see numbers this afternoon that will stay a little bit below average for this time of year. We'll talk about the potential for more rain rolling in as well. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. All right, 8:09 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. As we look outside right now, we are seeing temperatures that are not too bad. The sun is out there. A few clouds kind of hanging around at this time for our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. 50s and 60s is where we are with our temperatures, and some of us are about 8 to 10 degrees cooler, even 13 degrees cooler than where we were just 24 hours ago there in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. So numbers here, next few hours, we'll stay in the 60s and 70s. We'll get to the upper 70s by noontime. Good day for lunch outdoors, on our way to lower 80s for this afternoon. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. New this morning, Gonzalez Research conducts a poll touching on local and national topics. And just minutes ago, we spoke with Patrick Gonzalez about how Marylanders are feeling on issues like stolen firearms. Here's what he had to say.
Here is what makes this result so interesting. Typically, you see a huge break between Democratic attitudes, Republican attitudes. Well, here there is near unanimity. About 90% of Marylanders, whether they're black or white or male or female or young or old or progressive or conservative, agree that the possession of a stolen firearm should be a felony.
The poll also asked Marylanders questions about local leaders. And one question was, do you approve or disapprove of the job that Wes Moore is doing as governor? Just over 55% say they approve. Just over 26% say they disapprove. And about 18% have no answer. Let's take a look at Governor Wes Moore's proposal to ban the sale of new gas-powered cars in Maryland by 2035. The poll asked, do you support or oppose this? About 37% say they support it, almost 61% say they oppose it, and 2% say no answer.
Making headlines this morning, state transportation officials are still unsure of how to fix the Washington Bridge project in Hillthorpe after the bridge was built 1 inch too short.
When it was built, the State Highway Administration says the weight of the pedestrian sidewalk was not taken into account, and that hefty slab of concrete, well, it ended up lowering the bridge by 6 inches, leaving it 1 1/4 inches below transportation height regulations. Residents are now calling the bridge a, quote, safety hazard, saying it makes getting out of one nearby neighborhood almost impossible. Well, in a statement to Fox 45 News, MDOT and the State Highway Administration say we are still in discussions with CSX and the contractor in determining resolutions for the project. We are working to identify what appropriate actions are necessary to move the project forward. Costs are still being determined. A new police commissioner just before summer. With violence on the rise, up next, what experts are saying about the change in leadership.
And a man is in custody in connection to Sunday's mass shooting in Annapolis. Coming up, the simple argument that quickly turned deadly. 8:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, nominated for 26 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other local news stations combined.
As one police commissioner steps down and another prepares to take over, Baltimore is a city in crisis. And this transition comes during the summer months, which are historically violent. This morning, law enforcement expert Mari Richards joining us live to weigh in on what needs to happen to keep things under control as school lets out. Mari, good morning.
Morning, Megan.
Mari, is it possible to have a smooth change in leadership without seeing impacts?
Well, yeah. In fact, I think it's a great opportunity. You know, when you look at it, Michael Harrison's administration overall was an unfortunate failure. I mean, crime's out of control. You know, the numbers of officers dropped by 300. He supported Marilyn Mosby's criminal policies. So this is a great opportunity for Rich Worley, who has a great reputation as an honest, professional police leader, to really steer this organization in a new direction.
Do you think that's likely? Acting Commissioner Worley was Harrison's #2 man. Is it likely that it would be similar commands?
Well, you know, Rich has, you know, been around the block. Obviously, you're loyal to people you work for. But in talking to people who know him, he's a great cop. He sees the big picture. And, you know, I think he'll take the department in a more proactive direction, you know, targeting these violent repeat offenders, working closely with Ivan Bates to put these people away, start enforcing quality of life crimes with the citation docket. And one thing I hope he does is really have zero tolerance for some of this disorder, like, you know, these fights, you know, rumbles in the street in Fells Point.
Right.
People need to get arrested for that.
Mari,
you know,
I want to ask you, too, about leadership. Obviously, as a former chief of police in Martinsburg, West Virginia, what does it take to get the backing of the officers? Because to be a leader, you've got to have that support.
Sure. And, you know, you need those leadership qualities I talked about, but you also have to connect that with the right strategies and policies, because you know, a good cop wants to do this job. He wants to serve his community, but he also wants to know that they're making a difference. And unless you have the right policies that are going to put bad people in jail, get them off the street, and serve the community, you're not going to have the morale. So I think it's a great opportunity for Rich Worley and the city of Baltimore.
All right. Mari, thanks for weighing in. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Megan.
It is 8:18, and we need to get another check of our forecast.
We have meteorologist Justin Chambers right here with us.
Yeah, good morning, ladies. Had some rain yesterday for a lot of us, and overall our temperatures today are going to feel nice because the lack of humidity that'll be out there.
Great.
Yeah, I think so. Our Towson cam right now, you can see from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, we've got a mix of clouds and sun and numbers that are mainly hanging out in the 60s for a lot of us. We started off in the 50s, so it was cooler earlier this morning. Officially in Towson right now, your number is at 67. Now, notice that dew point at 56 degrees. Dew points today are going to stay in the upper 40s and lower 50s, which means we've got less moisture in the air, some drier conditions, and it will feel nicer, not as muggy as we head toward the afternoon. Now, numbers will slide up into the upper 70s and lower 80s as we take you into the early afternoon. The average is 84, so we're actually below average here for this time of year. In fact, a lot of us in the mid to upper 70s for Westminster and Bel Air over to Cockeysville, 78 Chestertown, almost 80 in Stevensville and Annapolis for today. You know, on the sprinkler cast, I have it as a no. If you got enough rain, you can still go, obviously, get the watering done if you need to, but We are tracking some more rain rolling in by the time we head toward tomorrow. So that's why your car wash cast also has that yellow light on Wednesday. Tuesday, Thursday, no issues with green lights, but some of those showers are going to be returning for tomorrow. This is a look at our future scan, taking you through the hour-by-hour forecast. So 2 o'clock this afternoon, notice we've got a mix of clouds and sun. Overall, a very nice day today. Now, here come the showers. They're going to roll in starting tomorrow morning and then through midday tomorrow afternoon. That wind is going to pick up from the west later tomorrow as well. Could see a stray thunderstorm or two as we move later into the afternoon and evening time. Thursday, however, we're dry again, and there's a weak system coming through on Friday that will bring a little bit more cloud cover, maybe a stray shower, but less of a chance of rain on Friday as opposed to tomorrow's chances. Shout out to Tom Black in Sparks. Sent us this picture of Dina and Maddie, the doggies, just kind of hanging out the window, out for a little Sunday drive maybe. So Tom, thanks for sending that picture in. Love getting your pet pics. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Send those pet pics in and I'll put them on TV. All right, here's that 7-day forecast, guys. Lower 80s today and tomorrow, mid 80s for Thursday and Friday into Saturday. We'll see a little bit warmer conditions on Sunday for Father's Day, and then our next chance for rain after that comes on Juneteenth, which is next Monday. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network and taking a live look over some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. This has been a great morning commute. We haven't seen a lot of volume. We haven't seen any real issues. People up to speed and moving along just fine.
Maryland makes changes to high school graduation requirements, but some think it could be doing more harm than good. Still ahead this morning, when new standards could go into effect again.
As Father's Day approaches, give Dad some options. What's he going to do on city cruises? We'll get into the drinks coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long. Cheers.
8:24 now. It's So Baltimore. Take Dad on an unforgettable cruise along the Inner Harbor.
City Cruises has all you need to show Dad how much you appreciate him. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark live with more. Mark.
I'm telling you, dads, it's our day. It's coming up, and Chad is the party man. So, Chad, we had the food. Now what do we have?
Now it's time for drinks, Mark. And we have a brand new cocktail collection here aboard the Spirit of Baltimore and City Cruises. We have a great summer cocktail called the City Sunset, or the Baltimore Sunset, which is like a strawberry-infused vodka light cocktail. For dads who like to sip on bourbon, we have this wonderful drink called the Rum and Colid Fashion, which features Uncle Nearest whiskey as well. The late night cap, we have All Night Welcome, which is our espresso martini, just a classic take on the espresso martini. And Michael here is going to help us build one of our newest cocktails called the All Hands on Deck.
Awesome. So, Michael, you got a minute to make it happen. Can you make it happen that quick?
Absolutely. All right. So with
He's a cool cucumber. Go ahead.
We have Hennessy, got a little bit of Cruzan rum. I've got pineapple juice, a little bit of orange juice, and some raspberry puree mixed with lime juice also in here.
Nice.
Shake it, give it a nice shake. Boom. Strain this bad boy.
The strainer. Okay.
Gotta have the strainer.
Nice.
Boom. And you give it a nice. And there you go.
All hands on deck. Now, okay, well, all hands on deck. Megan would love this one, I think. Megan, I'm saying you like that one. I think I'm gonna like this one. Let's see. Amazing.
I think they all look good. They do.
5 o'clock somewhere.
I don't think you can go wrong there. All right, Mark, thank you. Well, if you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Chime Medical Center.
It is that time of year where we celebrate Dad, and you could win extra spending money every day from now until June 15th. Grab your phone, scan the QR code for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Father's Day Pop Quiz Trivia contest. Get the question right, and you could win the daily prize of that $100 Visa gift card. Again, just scan the QR code to get the Father's Day Pop Quiz Trivia question of the day. Good luck.
Summer is just around the corner, and doctors are warning about injuries caused by outdoor activities. Coming up, we're going to have some tips from the experts on how you can stay safe while having fun in the sun.
Another fight breaks out right here in Fells Point. Just ahead, we're going to talk about the ongoing problem of violence in this area, and we'll have a look at that video. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Tuesday, June 13th, on the eve of Flag Day.
Yes.
I'm Megan Gilland.
Tom Rogers, it just popped up and said Flag Day, June 13th. And I'm like, oh, I mean, it's my father's birthday, so happy birthday, Dad.
Happy
Big
birthday.
8-0 for him. But then
Awesome.
I saw Flag Day, and you're like, no, tomorrow's
Tomorrow. I got it in my calendar here.
Man, I was jumping the gun on Flag Day. You know?
I do. I actually kept my flags up from Memorial Day.
Memorial Day,
So
yeah.
we're ready to celebrate here and hoping that the weather is good for it.
That's right. In fact, the flags were waving a little bit more yesterday and again today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers gives us a look at the forecast.
Yeah, and I'm the holiday countdown guy, so all you guys have to do is ask me. I didn't have Flag Day on there, though, because we've got so many other ones.
That's why we're so
Under the
confused.
radar.
I know. Hey, by the way, my brother-in-law Steven's birthday also today, Tom. So Steven and your dad celebrate
It's like
the
we're
birthday.
related.
Yeah.
And my friend Delaney's 7th birthday is today.
Everybody's
Actually,
on
it's
June
my
13th.
daughter's friend, but
Taking a look outside right now. Well, happy June 13th. Happy birthday to you. Hopefully enjoying your day today. Our Towson camera. Mile 1 Auto Group cam. We've seen a little bit of cloud cover out there, but overall, we've got temperatures that are not too bad. We've definitely seen a cooler morning than what we saw yesterday. Beautiful afternoon ahead, but we are tracking some more rain for Wednesday, which was definitely needed. So hopefully your yards and gardens got some of that water yesterday. Yard and gardening cast next 12 hours. I like to call it yardening. We'll take a look at those numbers in the lower 80s as we take you into the afternoon. So still a little bit below average for this time of year. Back with your full forecast. We'll track that rain for tomorrow and what we can expect for Father's Day weekend. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and looking at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. People are moving along just fine. Sun does not seem to be as bright as of right now, but volumes picking up in certain areas and really actually kind of calmed down for a lot. 8:31, when a student graduates from Baltimore City Public Schools, will they have the education they need to be successful?
one father says his honor student was woefully unprepared. Project Baltimore's Chris Papps joining us live this morning with more on why some parents say the students are being set up for failure. Chris.
Yeah, good morning, guys. So Desmond Stinney lives in Baltimore City. His daughter in 2020 graduated from Poly, one of the, if not the best schools in Baltimore City. When she graduated, she got into one of the military academies, United States military academies, as a cadet. And when she got there, the family realized that she was not prepared at all for the academics of that military academy. She was put on academic probation. She was on it for 16 months. She nearly failed out of school. The academy had to create remedial classes for her, so that she could get the tutoring that she needed specifically in math to be able to compete with the other kids from around the country. Now, when we spoke with this father, Desmond Stinney, he was really concerned because his daughter was an honor student at one of the best schools in Baltimore City. So we started kind of looking at the situation here and what was going on, and we realized that Baltimore, or Maryland, I should say, has changed graduation requirements, and his daughter was the first graduating class in 2020 with those new requirements. And just real quickly, in 2019 and before that, students to graduate high school needed to pass state assessments. Starting in 2020 and moving forward, students no longer have to pass state assessments to graduate high school. They just need to pass classes and do the service hours. And moving forward in 2024, next year, there's more changes to those graduation requirements. The state says is to help minority students and economically disadvantaged students graduate, but people like Stinney say it's setting them up for failure because they're not ready.
Chris, I mean, there's different levels of frustration here with this story because you're hearing from Stinney's side of it saying his daughter's in one of the best public schools in Baltimore, and yet they still had to get remedial, and she was in honors, too. Then you start looking and compare that with some of the schools that you've been reporting on now for years that have done really poorly. And you go, what in the world are they doing there that the students are still passing through and graduating from Baltimore City Public Schools?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So if the best school, theoretically the best school in Baltimore City, can't produce students that can compete at a military academy, what does that really say for the other ones? And that's Skinny's issue. And when we were talking to him about the graduation and how Maryland has changed the requirements to graduate, essentially going from 3 requirements, which are 21 credits, 75 service hours, and pass state testing, down to 2 requirements, just 21 credits and 75 service hours, he's saying if my daughter wasn't ready before, what is that going to mean for the kids now who have fewer requirements to graduate from high school? And it's also worth pointing out here that these changes in the graduation rates coincide with the Kirwan Commission. So Maryland is pumping massive amounts of additional dollars into public education, and at the same time they went from 3 requirements to graduate high school to 2 requirements to graduate high school. Well, the idea here is that that is going to increase graduation rates. So as we're pumping more money into education, they're changing the graduation rate. So are we really going to know if the additional money works because the students are graduating under a different protocol? Under a different way. And then you start thinking as a journalist, did the state do this to increase graduation rates, to show that the Kirwan money is having a positive effect? And the answer is we'll never know. But it's certainly worth asking that question.
Oh, yeah, it just doesn't add up. Chris, we thank you for your reporting on this, and we look forward to hearing more.
Thank you.
This morning in a city in crisis, we are getting new video of yet another violent weekend in Baltimore.
And this time in Fells Point. Shannon Lilly joining us live with a look at the fights that were breaking out in one of Baltimore's most important business tourist areas. Shannon?
Yeah, and this is an all too familiar problem, Tom and Megan. In fact, we have seen those fights breaking out right here along Thames Street, as well as other streets right here along the water as well. And so in order to try to control these crowds, the city has set up these barricades, and they've closed off the square at night. They've also closed off some of the streets during the weekend to try to control this problem, but it seems to be doing very little to keep the fists from flying. In fact, we want to get you back to another look at this video from over the weekend. A fight breaking out Sunday around Broadway and Shakespeare Streets. This was around 2 in the morning. You can see fists swinging, feet kicking, witnesses saying it just seemed out of control. Police were eventually able to break up the fight, but it comes after another fight just 2 weeks ago on Thames Street. So now residents are just fed up.
I just heard people howling and screaming, and I heard sound like shots, and that was it.
It definitely seemed out of control.
It seems like people are hurting, angry, going through changes.
So we spoke with David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance about this, and he believes the city is just not doing enough to address the real problem of crime in Baltimore. He says that starts before the police ever even get involved. In the meantime, we know there have been no arrests in that fight right here in Fells Point from over the weekend. Reporting live in Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Shannon, thank you. Turning now to counties under pressure. The man accused of killing 3 people and injuring 3 others in Annapolis is in jail this morning. Police say 43-year-old Robert Smith is accused of the mass shooting in a small community in Annapolis Sunday night, and he is facing second-degree murder and second-degree attempted murder charges. As this case is still under investigation, officials are saying it could fall into the category of a hate crime.
Well, now the community is struggling to understand why a mass shooting happened on their front lawn of a home in their quiet neighborhood.
People are dying over stupid situations, over a party, over a parking lot, different opinions. But why does it come to guns?
Charging documents say an argument broke out before the shooting, starting as a parking complaint. As a house party was underway, a confrontation turned physical with a suspect now pulling out a gun, according to police. Also, Annapolis police chief says it's too early to talk about a motive.
Our suspect is a white male and the 3 victims are Latino, but we can't draw any inferences from that. We have to look at every possible angle. It's too early to tell what the motivation was, but if it is a hate crime, that falls under the U.S. Code, and it will probably be prosecuted in federal court.
The shooter is now behind bars, being held without bond, as Megan was just saying. Meantime, we're told the wounded victims are now stable at the hospital. Just moments ago, a new government report on inflation, how it could affect your spending. That's coming up next.
And things are drying out today after yesterday's rain. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know if you'll need those umbrellas again this week. Time now 8:39, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back. We're just 18 minutes in front of 9 o'clock on your Tuesday morning. And looking outside, yeah, O's back at it tonight at Camden Yards, taking on the Blue Jays for a 3-game series before they hit the road this weekend and trying to get that 5th win in a row. Should be a great night for some baseball here in Charm City. We'll talk about that forecast coming up. But if you want to get your run or your jog in the next couple of hours, upper 60s and lower 70s overall, enjoy the outdoor conditions. We'll talk about 82 today, drop to the 60s tonight. We do have that chance for some showers, maybe even a thunderstorm for tomorrow, with temps still hanging in the lower 80s. Back with your full forecast in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. From our live center now this morning, just minutes ago, the newest CPI report on inflation. A lot of eyes waiting for this. What this is telling us, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, is that the consumer price index for all urban consumers rose 0.1% in May. Now, while the all items index is up 4%, core inflation came in at 5.3%. That is a slight drop from April's report. And guys, that is also a sign that prices in other categories continue to squeeze most Americans. I'm sure you're feeling it. The big question from all those numbers I just gave you, will today's report be enough to convince the Federal Reserve to skip its next rate hike? We know the Fed is trying to get inflation down to 2%. They're going to begin meeting here this morning with a decision on rates expected out tomorrow afternoon. That's the latest from our live center.
So ahead in our next hour, it is Pride Month, and Baltimoreans will be coming together this weekend to celebrate. A look into all this year has to offer and the special artists making an appearance.
Plus, in light of Pride Month, we are taking a look at the most LGBTQ-friendly states, where Maryland falls on that list. It is 8:44. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:46, the official start of summer, just under a week away. Parents, now is the time to plan ahead and get the kids more outdoors, but also remember to prevent summer injuries. Experts from Johns Hopkins Children's Center, they have some tips that you should follow as the weather is getting warmer. Dr. Brandon Smith is joining us now to explain. And Dr. Smith, thanks for joining us.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's great time. Kids get to go to camps. There's a lot of swimming. There's a whole lot of activities over the summer. Parents love that, and the guardians are saying, okay, that's great. Get outside and have some adventures. But how do we prepare just to kind of say, okay, these are the biggest injuries that you face, especially at pediatric ERs and children's hospitals like Hopkins?
Yes, exactly. Summer is here. The weather is great this morning. The pools are opening across the area. School is ending. And so we have some great tips to keep your kids safe and healthy. So I'll start with my first one, which is an easier one. Always having a water bottle with you and staying hydrated. You know, we know how hot it can get in Baltimore and some of these hot summer days. And combined with outdoor play, dehydration can lead to heat exhaustion and heat stroke. So always make sure you leave the house with a water bottle for yourself and your kids.
Yeah, that's a great one, because if you have the water next to you, you won't reach for those sugary drinks, so that's perfect.
Exactly.
There's some other ones that we just showed on there. One of them is very, I should say, a lot of parents look at it and they say, avoid trampoline play. A lot of trampolines. Everyone has it, but I mean, it is job security for pediatric ERs.
Yeah, so trampolines are a lot of fun for many kids. They can also come with injury risks, so fractures and sprains, and there are ways to do it safely. It's actually safer to jump around with a single child versus multiple kids who could, collide together. You always want to make sure that what's around the trampoline is safe, so that if they happen to fall off, that in a safe place. So you can do it safely.
Dr. Smith, also I saw on there, avoid driving golf carts with children on there. You could do the same thing for riding lawnmowers, right?
Yes, we see a lot of injuries and accidents around lawnmowers and ATVs in the area in the summer. So, I think that's something that we may not think a lot about, but we definitely see a lot of injuries. And, making sure you watch your kids around while you're doing your outdoor, gardening and activities.
Yeah, there's some, they're pretty obvious on there, but they were important to say: a helmet when riding or skating anything, and then keeping fireworks away. One other one in there, I know you were talking about the water, but sun protection. I know that we're getting a lot more information now about how early sun damage is really impacting skin cancer later on, and we're younger and younger. Are being diagnosed with skin cancer.
Yes, kids, are most at risk for skin damage under the age of 18. And during the summer, the sun rays are the strongest. So making sure your kids are wearing protective clothing and sunscreen that at least has an SPF of 30 in it. And that for most kids, you can look for mineral-based sunscreens. Sunscreen is safe for kids that are 6 months and up. For those younger than 6 months, you just want to keep them, kind of fully clothed and out of the sun as much as possible. And I also want to say, for kids and teens with darker skin tones, this is also important. It's important for all kids to have sun protection. So make sure you check out the skincare aisle and get your sunscreen.
Yeah, a lot of people already say, well, I've got my base tan going, so I'm good. Base tan is bad right there. Dr. Smith, last thing for you then. I know kids are going to get bumps and scratches for the summer because they're going on adventures. Anything we're missing here?
Yeah, I think, summer is such a fun time. We want kids outdoors and playing and, getting their exercise and being kids, and just do it in a safe way, so that we can see you in the office when you're healthy and safe and not have to treat those injuries. So enjoy the summer, and everyone be safe and healthy.
With Johns Hopkins Children's Center and Dr. Brandon Smith, thank you. We appreciate it.
Yes, thanks so much.
It looks like we're going to have perfect weather to be outdoors, too, for the kids.
And thinking of trampolines, my daughter skinned her knee yesterday on a trampoline. Yeah. Got it all skinned up. Had a great time.
Right, had a good time, but now they have her memory.
Yep.
Okay, don't do that again.
Yep, nothing like putting Bactine on your kid and hearing that scream.
Oh, yeah.
It's all cleaned out. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with the summer forecast.
Category is phrase, R-S-T-L-N-E. I need 3 consonants and 1 vowel from you guys.
3 consonants.
M, T.
What?
N, T.
And L.
L, yeah. And
I already said R-S-T-L-N-E or N.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They're the standard ones.
V?
H.
B.
Okay.
We got a lot. We get an extra. What's
the vowel? What's the vowel? I?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good that you said I, because the phrase is, it's Hump Day Eve. That's the phrase.
That's the phrase.
Looking out. Our Towson camera right now looking outside. We have a mix of clouds and sun out there at this time. It's crazy. Pat Sajak retiring? Man, what the heck? I mean, we're going to need a new host at some point. UV index in the high category. Cannonball! If you are jumping in the pool today, we talked about that, and it's a great pool day for sure, with the lower 70s here the next couple of hours and lower 80s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Make sure, as Tom was talking about with the doctor, get that sunblock on. You got to reapply it too. Just because it says waterproof, that's not going to cut it. Got to get that sunblock on after each swim. Upper 70s and lower 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon, and lower 80s down to D.C., upper 70s in Philly, and mid to upper 70s in Ocean City. So if you're heading down the ocean, not a bad day to be at the beach. Now, we are tracking some showers tomorrow, maybe a stray thunderstorm or two. A little bit warmer as we head toward Thursday, Friday, and into the weekend. And Father's Day actually looking at upper 80s with the chance of some showers, possibly a storm as we get into Monday of next week. Time to take a look at a view through your window, and look at this shot. This is Harbor East, and this is a shot from Nat K. So, Nat, thank you very much for that picture. And by the way, we'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code right there on your screen. Vanna, back to you.
Thank you, Justin. Enjoy some sweet summer fun in Hershey Park. In just a short road trip away, and you can go for free. The 10th caller right now will win a 4-pack of tickets that are good until September 10th. Call now, that number right there on your screen, 410-469-8308. 10th caller wins the 4-pack of tickets to Hershey Park. Good luck. Change in leadership when it comes to Terps baseball. Just ahead, where Rob Vaughn, is officially heading after his successful run in College Park.
Plus, get to experience the touchdown of tailgates. Just ahead this morning, what you need to do to get Peyton Manning at your tailgate.
Well, now it's time for a coffee break. Topping your morning business report, 7-Eleven Slurpees getting a new look. The convenience store change releasing, I know, watch out, new cups for its classic frozen drink as part of an Anything Flows rebranding campaign. The cups feature brighter colors with a new design, can be found at all 7-Eleven locations. The company says rebranding is part of its history, but the new changes don't take away from the Slurpee's nostalgic feel.
They can do whatever they want, just keep the taquitos. 7-Eleven Slurpees, though, aren't the only drink getting a new look just in time for summer. Grillo's Pickles and Two Robbers Seltzer Company are teaming up for their new Pickle Hard Seltzer. What do you think? The drink features a 100-year-old pickle brine recipe. It's only selling this summer.
Matthew McConaughey would like that. If you're feeling lucky, why not bring your Slurpees and pickled hard seltzers to your next tailgate party with NFL Hall of Fame quarterback? He's everywhere, Peyton Manning. Bush's Baked Beans is selecting one winner to enjoy a private tailgate experience with a Hall of Famer, Manning, in Knoxville, Tennessee. A winner will also get tickets to the game and a year's supply of Bush's Baked Beans, along with a new grill from BBQ Guys. Fans can enter the contest on Bush's Manning's thegrill.com until June 28th.
I feel like he'd actually be great to be at your tailgate. All right, it's time now for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
We really like a sandwich at our house for a snack on the go because we're always running around, but it is the worst when you go to grab the bread and it's stale and it's moldy. This Tupperware bread saver has really helped us out with that. It's so easy to use. It's lightweight. It's got this little divider in it, so you can put the divider in, and if different people in the house like different types of bread, one goes here, the other goes here, and then you just close it, and it's going to keep your bread fresh, and that's going to save you money because you don't want to throw away money. Groceries are so expensive right now. This works because it's got this little ventilation on the top, and it's just the right amount of air. Too much air makes the bread stale, and too little is going to create mold. So this gives you just the right amount. The other thing I like about it, if you have the kids or the grandkids over, like sometimes when we have family, I like to treat us to muffins or bagels. You can put these in a separate compartment. Even if you treat yourself to the good bagels, they stay fresh right there, and you just cover it. And it's got this really sleek look, and it looks good in any kitchen, and it's really lightweight to transport. With this price that you're getting, you could buy a couple and give these to friends as a gift. Right now, we're offering 25% off the Tupperware Bread Saver. This is really a good deal. It's going to save you money in the long run. Head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Tuesday, June 13th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here. At first, I was worried that, is he here?
I'm not supposed to walk in until that camera zooms in, so I was waiting for it. That's what I'm supposed to do.
I'm worried that you're really campaigning for Pat Sajak's job.
I am.
You're going to leave us.
No, I'm not going to leave us because the thing is they tape those shows like all in a big, like 2 months in L.A., so I'll just take like a little sabbatical and then come back.
So here's the other part of that. I said it's time for a female to host.
Oh,
and
you're going to compete.
Pet, so I'm giving Justin a run for his money.
It's a good question. Will Vanna go out with him? Because how could she do it with another host? Wouldn't you think that she might go with him?
So here we go.
Patrice and Justin can go together.
So Justin can be Vanna.
Exactly. Patrice is the host. I think Justin's got the
Look.
I like it.
I'll be your biggest fan.
That's all she does. She just touches stuff. I like in the day when she used to have to flip the thing, man. It was a workout.
Gotten easy.
All right. Our beautiful shot over downtown Baltimore. Good morning to all of you. Happy Tuesday. Pat, if you're watching, come on in. We'd love to have you back on our show and chat with us and talk about the big retirement. We're talking about your out and about cast, low to mid 70s over the next couple of hours, even upper 70s and lower 80s as we take you into the afternoon today. Should talk about right about 82, but some of us only in the upper 70s. Overall, drier air will be in place today, so that will feel nice, and we're staying rain-free. For now, we do have another chance of some showers rolling in by tomorrow, and we'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few minutes. Pat? Treese?
I appreciate that. Thank you. Looking at the Lynn Solar Traffic Network as we take a live look over some of the cameras around the Baltimore region, volume is very light, as it has been all morning. It is a great morning commute out there, just what you want to hear. History is unfolding right in front of our eyes.
Today, former President Donald Trump will appear in front of a judge in Miami, facing 37 criminal charges. Former President Trump is set to be arraigned in a federal courthouse in Miami today.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins is joining us live from Capitol Hill. And Kayla, this is all unprecedented, but what can we expect today?
Well, Megan, Patrice, Trump's arraignment will start at 3 p.m. today in Miami. We're not entirely sure how the day will unfold, but we will be keeping a very close eye on it. So this is when the judge will formally read those 37 counts against the former president, charges of keeping classified documents at his Palm Beach home Mar-a-Lago, and then obstructing the government's efforts to retrieve those documents. There will be a lot of media coverage of this event, so a little bit of disappointing news coming down yesterday evening for journalists when a judge ruled members of the media will not be allowed to bring cell phones or cameras into the courtroom today, the judge citing safety reasons. He also rejected requests from outlets for a limited number of pool photographs and video. Now, again, we're not exactly sure how the public is going to react to this, but the city of Miami says they're ready for anything. Miami police chief says his department is bringing in enough resources, ready for possible protests of any size. Following the hearing today, Trump will head to his golf club at Bedminster in New Jersey to give some public remarks.
Kayla, what are we hearing about Trump's representation?
Well, the former president is still struggling to solidify his legal team going into today. Attorney Todd Blanche is expected to be a part of the defense. He joined Trump's team earlier this year, so that's a familiar name in Trump world. He's also overseeing a separate criminal case in Manhattan. Now, this expanded role for Blanche comes after the exit last week of lawyers Jim Trusty and John Rowley. They both abruptly left the team just hours after the federal indictment was unsealed. Trump is still struggling to find a local Florida lawyer, though, to add to this team. His lawyers reportedly spent yesterday afternoon interviewing potential candidates, but they didn't make any additions. There also appears to be some disagreement among this legal team as to what strategy it'll take. According to the Washington Post, some members of the legal team want to pursue an aggressively partisan strategy in which they would accuse the DOJ of weaponizing the legal system. And then on the other side, other lawyers reportedly want to put together a more traditional defense. They believe the case is winnable through careful jury selection. And Trump's team only needs to convince one juror of his innocence to avoid a conviction. Megan, Patrice, back to you.
Kayla, thank you. We appreciate it. Well, in an exclusive interview with FOX45 News, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is explaining the start of citations that will now be issued for quality of life crimes and how he plans to work with the new leadership in the Baltimore Police Department. Shannon Lilly joining us live to break this down for us. Shannon.
Well, with Michael Harrison's departure, Megan, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates says he did not see this coming, but he says it's not going to stop him from holding people accountable and enforcing those quality of life crimes that we see here in this city. So we asked him if he has any concerns about working with the new acting commissioner, Rich Worley. Take a listen to how he responded.
I don't. We've done a lot together. He's worked side by side with Commissioner Harrison, and I do feel that, if there had to be a change, he's the perfect person. He gets the bigger picture. We're going to hold people accountable. We're going to give them a shot. Not once, but twice. The community service will be done in the communities where they're given this citation.
So Bates right there is describing how his citation docket will work. Remember, quality of life crimes will now be enforced with the citation, and that's where the police department comes in, because BPD and the sheriff's office will be the ones issuing these citations. Bates says he and Worley are on the same page with this, and we know that court hearings for this, Megan, will be once a month, and it's all going to start July 17th.
Well, Shannon, as Worley awaits City Council's approval, there's some concern over his residency. What's going on there?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Megan. In fact, we obtained records showing that Worley lives in Anne Arundel County. And you'll remember, under Baltimore's charter, he has to live in the city as commissioner. And he's also required to live in the city as deputy commissioner as well. And that was the position that he held previously. So in order to qualify, he needs to sign a letter of intent to move to the city. And we reached out to the mayor asking him about this letter. When we asked him, he responded saying that Worley and his wife are, quote, actively looking to reestablish residency in the city, but he did not mention that letter of intent. So we are going to continue to follow this and see what impact it has on his confirmation as commissioner. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Elsewhere, in a city in crisis, tomorrow the Baltimore City Council will meet to decide budgets for city agencies. Here's what the mayor's budget proposal outlined so far. The police department would get $584 million. The mayor's office tasked with fighting crime is slated to get $24 million. The Department of Public Works would get one of the biggest allotments at $676 million. Now, remember, for the first time, though, the City Council has the power to move money around. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is asking for more taxpayer dollars. He's asking for an additional $800,000 to hire more prosecutors and upgrade technology. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost spoke with Bates about the request.
Public safety is number one on the voters' minds, and I feel very confident about what we've asked for.
What will happen if you don't get the requested funds to help with staff training moving forward? What will the office look like?
Well, it's very important that we do. We have to be resourceful. One of the things we're going to look at is making sure maybe we have to do more training online. It's an all hands on deck. You know, if they don't want to give us the money, then that's not going to stop us. We're going to do everything we can.
Following tomorrow's meeting, be sure to tune in to Fox 45 News for the final verdict. You can also download the Fox 45 News app to get alerts as soon as news breaks.
New this morning, a Gonzalez poll touching on topics state and nationwide, including the direction Maryland is heading in, its leadership, and the hot button topic going on in our state, crime.
Here is what makes this result so interesting. Typically, you see a huge break between Democratic attitudes, Republican attitudes. Well, here there is near unanimity. About 90% of Marylanders, whether they're black or white or male or female or young or old or progressive or conservative, agree that the possession of a stolen firearm should be a felony.
Watch the rest of this interview on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Well, just minutes ago, the newest CPI report on inflation came out.
Tom Rogers is at the Live Center with the breakdown. Tom?
Yeah, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers rose 0.1% in May. What does that mean? Well, one reason for such a significant improvement, the fall in groceries and gas prices. A year ago this morning, national average on the verge of $5 per gallon. This morning, AAA puts a national average at just under $3.60. Fuel and food are the most volatile categories when looking at inflation. If you take those items out and look at what's left, core inflation, it comes in at 5.3%. And while that is a slight drop from a year ago, it is also a sign prices in other categories continue to squeeze most Americans. The question, though, will today's report be enough to convince the Federal Reserve to skip its next rate hike? Fed's actually trying to get inflation down to 2%. They'll begin a meeting this morning, and it's a two-day meeting, and they should come out with a decision on rates tomorrow afternoon. Well, that's the latest from our live setting. Megan and Patrice.
A second fight in 2 weeks in Fells Point. In our next half hour, the concerns residents are voicing and the help they're asking for.
And new information released on the 95 bridge collapse in Philadelphia. But first, the latest findings as the investigation continues. 9:10 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:13, making headlines this morning. Authorities in Philadelphia are in the process of identifying a body recovered from the wreckage of Sunday's Interstate 95 collapse. Pennsylvania State Police say the remains were turned over to the county medical examiner, who will identify the body. No other details were provided. State transportation officials say the driver of a tractor trailer hauling gasoline lost control on an off-ramp, flipped the truck on its side, and that set the fire that destroyed the section of the main north-south highway there.
Well, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg speaking about the overpass collapse, saying it is a, quote, cruel reminder of the importance of the nation's infrastructure, and he is promising federal support.
The people of Philadelphia, the Pennsylvania DOT, and the entire region affected by this will have the full support of the United States Department of Transportation for as long as it takes to get that restored to normal.
Buttigieg says his department will use emergency funds to help with rebuilding, but didn't say how much it would cost. He spoke at the annual convention for the American Society of Civil Engineers, where some past leaders said the collapse may spark discussions about changing bridge design requirements. State transportation officials, meantime, still unsure of how to fix the Washington Bridge project in Halethorpe after the bridge was built 1 inch too short. When it was built, the State Highway Administration says the weight of the pedestrian sidewalk was not taken into account. And that hefty slab of concrete, well, it ended up lowering the bridge by 6 inches, leaving it 1 1/4 inches below transportation height regulations. Residents are now calling the bridge a, quote, safety hazard, saying it makes getting out of one nearby neighborhood almost impossible.
In a statement to Fox 45, MDOT and SHA said we are still in discussions with CSX and the contractor in determining resolutions for the project. We are working to identify what appropriate actions are necessary to move the project forward. Costs are still being determined. It is 9:15 now. We want to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, and hopefully he sticks around.
You're staying.
The category is, what are you doing? What are you doing?
I am filling out the application for the new Pat Sajak position.
I can't believe it, though. I mean, that's the end of an era, right? I mean, that's crazy. So anyway, all right. Let's see what's going on. Good morning to all of you. Happy Tuesday, as we are almost at midweek and almost into summer officially. Now, remember, meteorological summer, of course, started June 1st, but next Wednesday is the summer solstice. So looking out over the sky cam, our Toyota Inner Harbor sky cam, Camden Yards looking good. The boys back at it tonight as the Blue Jays will be in town for a 3-game set. Upper 60s your temperature right now. Notice that dew point in the 50s, so those dew point numbers are going to hang in the lower 50s with drier air that will continue to work in throughout the later part of the day. So even though we have some cloud cover left over here at this hour, we are going to see those clouds eventually burn off and more sunshine on the way. Lower 70s next hour in Owings Mills. Of course, Ravens mini camp today. The mandatory mini camp starts today and will go through the rest of this week. So a lot of players got to be there. We got to show up. We think we're going to see a lot of good stuff with your Ravens this year. 82 by about 2 o'clock, and on your Taco Tuesday in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour, we're looking at mid to upper 70s for your temperatures. And those highs today still a little bit below average. 84 typically where we are this time of year. Upper 70s and lower 80s across central Maryland. Speaking of the O's, great night for baseball there. 76 degrees for that first pitch at about 7:05. And then we've got those temperatures staying in the 70s for most of the evening. So it should be a very nice evening for baseball here in Charm City. All right, so the car wash cast. Notice that yellow light for tomorrow. That's only because we are tracking some showers on Wednesday. So Tuesday, we've got a green light. Thursday, we've got a green light there as well. So we just have to watch out for some of that rain that could return tomorrow. This is our future scan. So we stay dry through the afternoon. Tomorrow, we are tracking a few of those showers working in, especially middle of the morning to the first part of the afternoon. We'll see that wind pick up, too, a little westerly wind, and we could see a stray thunderstorm as well by Wednesday afternoon. But Thursday, we're drier and looking pretty good. And even heading toward Friday, there's a weak system that's going to pass through to the north. That could bring a stray shower or two, but overall, not tracking a lot of rain. Our better chance for rain is actually going to be tomorrow. Shout out to Tracy Jackson. That is Jelly Bean with a tongue out Tuesday. That's what Tracy said. So I like that shot from Jelly Bean, looking good. Thank you very much, Tracy, for that. We're just 5 days out until Father's Day, and next Monday is Juneteenth. 8 days, as I mentioned, until the summer solstice, and 3 weeks from today, 4th of July. It's on a Tuesday this year. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. Keep those lower 80s today and tomorrow. Mid-80s, warming up as we head toward the weekend. Father's Day will be the warmest with a high of about 87, and a better chance of showers comes again by the time we get into Monday early next week. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network. Looking out over Loch Raven Boulevard here, we've got traffic moving pretty nicely out there in our 9 o'clock hour. A little volume on both the inner and outer loops, but nothing holding you up. Here's a live look now from our, our traffic photojournalist, Graham. I'm just choked up at how amazing this ride is, sailing on 695 in Pikesville. No volume or incidents to report.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Chime Medical Center.
It is the time of year where we celebrate Dad, and you could win some extra spending money every day from now until June 15th. Grab your phone, scan the QR code for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Just play our Father's Day pop quiz trivia contest. If you get the question right, you could win that daily prize of a $100 Visa gift card. So again, all you have to do is scan the QR code, get the Father's Day pop quiz trivia question of the day. Good luck.
And if you win this spending money, we'd love to see how you plan on spending it on Dad. You can send in your pictures and videos through Chime In on our website, foxbaltimore.com, or use your Fox 45 mobile app. Maryland baseball will have a new head coach for the upcoming season. Still ahead where Rob Vaughn is headed and who the Terps chose to replace him.
Plus, it's a big week for the Ravens with a mandatory minicamp set to begin today. Coming up, what to keep an eye out for this week. 9:20, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, nominated for 26 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other local news stations combined.
.23 and topping your Sports Unlimited news, the Rob Vaughn era in College Park comes to an end After 6 seasons of leading Maryland baseball, the now former Terps head coach has accepted the same position at the University of Alabama. Vaughn has led the Terps to 3 straight NCAA regional appearances, back-to-back Big Ten regular season championships, and the first conference tournament title in program history. The last 2 seasons, he's been named Big Ten Coach of the Year and leads the program with the 183-115 overall record. Now, Maryland acted quickly on Vaughn's replacement. They didn't have to look too far to find him. Athletic Director Damon Evans has announced that longtime Terp Matt Swoop will be the program's next head baseball coach. The New Carrollton native has been a member of the staff since 2013, serving as both an assistant and the director of operations. The former 4-year starter in College Park will be formally introduced on Wednesday.
From college to the big leagues, Gunnar Henderson's name will be etched on Utah Street forever thanks to his 462-foot homer in Sunday's game. So far, it's been a week to remember for the O's rookie, and it's only getting better. Henderson has been named the American League Player of the Week. In the games from June 7th to the 11th, Henderson totaled 10 hits, 5 runs, 6 RBIs, and 3 homers. He and the O's are back in action tonight against the Blue Jays. First pitch tonight at 7:05 at Camden Yards. Teammate Adley Rutschman, by the way, currently leading All-American League catchers in All-Star voting among catchers. The O's young star is second in OPS, home runs, third in RBIs, and first in walks. The Midsummer Classic will be held July 11th at T-Mobile Park in Seattle.
From the diamond now to the gridiron. Today is the kickoff of mandatory mini camp for the flock. Recently, Ravens running back J.K. Dobbins told reporters that he is tired of not getting the ball and tired of being held back. Then on June 1st, he tweeted about the uncertainty of his future in Baltimore as he enters the final year of his contract. After missing all of OTAs, Dobbins has shown up to the team facility ahead of the start of mandatory minicamp. After week 3 of OTAs, John Harbaugh gave his overall assessment of the system and says he's liked what he's seen so far.
We're trying to expand upon the idea of being a student of the game. Every guy understanding how they can improve in that area. And some guys are great at it. Some guys can learn from other guys, those kind of things. And I also think the coaching staff has done a really good job of creating a system that's learnable, that ties together well, but still very flexible in what we can do. I think Todd's leading the charge with all the guys. They're all very good teachers, a lot of energy, a lot of dialogue expected back and forth, which I like to see.
Well, perhaps the sports headline of the week, though, the Denver Nuggets are NBA champions for the first time in franchise history with last night's Game 5 win over the Miami Heat. It is also a first for Denver head coach and former Loyola Greyhound Michael Malone, who can now add NBA champion to his resume. Not too shabby. Well, the sunshine is back. How long will it stick around? Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when we can expect our next weather maker.
Another fight breaks out right here in Fells Point. Just ahead, we're going to talk about the ongoing concern of violence in this area, and we'll have a look at that video. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. Coming up on 9:30 here pretty soon, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers with our forecast.
Boop, boop, boop. Sorry, no vowels left. All the vowels are taken, so just to let you guys know.
Is this your reel for trying out?
I'm just saying, if you want another vowel, you can't buy them anymore. They're all used up. So just be aware of that. Good morning to all of you as we take a look outside. We are seeing some clouds actually hanging around at this hour from our Towson camera. But as we get into the later part of the day, we should see some mainly dry conditions, and we're not tracking any rain, at least not today. Our temps right now are in the mid to upper 60s, and those numbers are about 8 to 10 degrees cooler than where we were at this time yesterday. We were already in those mid to upper 70s, if you remember, yesterday morning, but that's not the case today. Hopefully your yards and gardens got some much needed rain, lower 80s as we take you into your yard and gardening cast this afternoon, and we'll see those numbers stay in the 80s today and tomorrow, and basically into Thursday too. Now, Thursday will start to be a little bit warmer, but tomorrow we are tracking the potential for some showers and maybe a stray thunderstorm as well. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Looking at our Lynn Solar traffic network and some of the cameras across the region, it has been a great go out there all morning long. No issues. And right now we're seeing light volume and everybody up to speed. It is 9:30 now. We've got Tom Rogers at our live center, and he is taking a look at what's expected to play out as Donald Trump appears in court this afternoon.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, right now you're taking a shot, and there's a couple different angles that I'll try and show you. They've been moving on us. So this is in front of the courthouse in Miami this morning, where former President Trump conducted last-minute interviews just yesterday. Hired a lawyer to represent him as he's heading to the federal courthouse this afternoon. And there's a stakeout. You can see media down here in the corner. They have their tent set up. Let me see if I get another. Just bear with me right here. Let's see if we can get another shot from this. This out in front of the. Here's one other angle right in front of that courthouse. You can see from the street where it's blocked off. Supporters of former president were gathering there, too, at Doral Resort in Miami. Trump calling on his supporters to join a planned peaceful protest at that courthouse today. We've seen about 2 or 3 dozen from the different drone angles that they've been showing this morning. But that, of course, is going to intensify because the meeting will be this afternoon. Now, yesterday, he took to Truth Social, vowing to appoint a special prosecutor to investigate President Joe Biden and his family if Trump is elected to a second term. Today, Trump is expected to plead not guilty to those 37 felony counts, though, for taking documents and concealing classified documents, obstructing justice, making false statements to law enforcement. After his court appearance today, he is expected to return to New Jersey, where he scheduled a news conference for 8:15 tonight to publicly respond to the charges at his golf club in Bedminster. He's also holding a private fundraiser there because he is still campaigning. And, of course, one other shot right here from the Trump National. So there's a lot, as you see, a lot more SUVs coming in, trying to follow where the former president is and when he will be making his way down to Miami. We'll, of course, keep you posted right here from Fox 45. Megan and Patrice, back to you.
Thank you, Tom. This morning, in a city in crisis, we are getting new video of yet another violent weekend in Baltimore. This time in Fells Point, we have Shannon Lilly joining us live here this morning with a look at the fights breaking out in one of Baltimore's most important business areas. Shannon.
Yeah, this is an all too familiar problem, Megan. We have seen those fights breaking out right here along Thames Street just behind me. Also other streets that are here right along the water. And so in order to try to curb this problem, the city has put up these barricades here behind me. They've closed off streets and they've closed off this square each night, but it seems to be doing very little to keep the fists from flying. In fact, we want to get you back to this video where you can see right there the fight breaking out Sunday around Broadway and Shakespeare Streets. This was around 2 in the morning, and you could see those fists swinging, feet kicking, witnesses saying it seemed out of control. Police were eventually able to break up the fight, but it comes after another fight just 2 weeks ago on Thames Street, and now residents are just fed up.
I just heard people hollering and screaming, and I heard sound like shots, and that was it.
It definitely seemed out of control.
It seems like people are hurting, angry, going through changes.
So we spoke with David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance about this, and he believes the city is just not doing enough to address the real problem of crime in Baltimore, which he says starts before the police ever even get involved. In the meantime, when it comes to this fight we saw here in Fells Point over the weekend, no arrests were made. Reporting live in Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Shannon, thank you. Turning now to counties under pressure. The man accused of shooting and killing 3 people and injuring 3 others in Annapolis is in jail this morning. Police say 43-year-old Charles Smith is responsible for the mass shooting in a small community in Annapolis Sunday night. He is facing second-degree murder, second-degree attempted murder. As the case is still under investigation, officials say that it could fall into the category of a hate crime.
Now a community there is struggling to understand why a mass shooting happened on the front lawn of a home in a quiet neighborhood in Annapolis.
People are dying over stupid situations, over a party, over a parking lot, different opinions. But why does it come to guns?
Charging documents say an argument broke out before the shooting. It started as a complaint about parking as a house party was underway. But then there was a confrontation that turned physical, and the suspect pulled out a gun. The Annapolis police chief says it's too early to talk about exact motive.
Our suspect is a white male, and the 3 victims are Latino, but we can't draw any inferences from that. You know, we have to look at every possible angle. It's too early to tell what the motivation was, but if it is a hate crime, that falls under the U.S. Code, and it will probably be prosecuted in federal court.
Smith is now being held without bond. Meanwhile, we're told the wounded victims are now in stable condition at the hospital.
Elsewhere in Anne Arundel County, we are getting new details on a deadly car crash that happened this weekend. Police identifying the driver in the crash as 23-year-old Andrew Stewart from Bowie. The crash happened late Saturday along Route 4 near Lothian. Investigators say Stewart was changing lanes before crashing with another car. The other driver was not injured. The crash is still under investigation. Afram is making a big comeback. Still ahead what they're doing this weekend to celebrate 50 years of hip-hop.
And I am the captain now. Yes, Father's Day is coming up. City Cruises has a great adventure for fathers. We'll tell you all about it. You might even get a chance to... Coming up, Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long. All aboard! Is that the...
It is so Baltimore. Celebrate Dad this weekend with a special cruise.
City Cruises is hosting a special dinner with plenty for Dad to enjoy. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live, and he's got more on what they have going on. Hey, Mark.
Hey, guys. As you've been seeing all morning long, we're having a great time. And Chad, I was going to say, if you want to have a good time, call Chad. That sounds kind of weird, but seriously, Chad, dads can get in here, because I was like shocked that you they could come with the kid and take a picture or whatever. Yeah. In addition to having the food and the drinks and the great experience, you can come. How often do you get a chance to get on a boat?
That's right. And, dads, we love to celebrate the families, and the dads are the most important piece of this operation starting on Sunday for Father's Day. But, when you have your families coming on board to celebrate something, we want to make sure that everybody has something to do and can enjoy the experience. So, having dads have the opportunity to bring their kids up to the wheelhouse to see what it's like to drive a boat, have the captains give them that experience safely, obviously, give it a chance to wear the hat, honk the horn if they need to. But, all in all, it's a Father's Day event for us. Dads are the most important centerpiece of that, starting on Sunday.
Wow.
Or all year round, just experiencing, whatever celebration that they want to bring to the boat.
Well, Chad, I'm speaking for all dads when I say this is amazing. Dads at home, put your order in. Tell the family, you know what? I'm not grilling this year. I want to go see Chad. I want to get on. I want to do what Mark did this morning. Come on, doesn't get better than that, guys.
They're going to put Mark out of that area, waking everybody up this morning.
Aww.
All right, enjoy it, though.
We're going to put some information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. The search is now on, Justin, for a new Wheel of Fortune host. Did you know? Still ahead. How long you have to see Pat Sajak on Fox 45's.
That's right, but first it's Pride Month, and Baltimore knows how to celebrate in a big way. After the break, how one organization is bringing the community together to share more about the impact of Pride celebrations. 9:41 is the time.
Baltimore is honoring one love, one heart, one pride with a week's worth of celebration and fun, bringing together thousands of people throughout the region for one of the largest LGBTQ events of the year. Senior Director from the Pride Center of Maryland, Tremore Wilson, is joining us live to share more. Tremore, thanks for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So let's talk about what is happening right here in Baltimore. What can people expect?
Okay, so as you all know, it is Pride Month, so happy Pride Month to everyone. So Baltimore, we'll be celebrating our 48th Pride in Baltimore, which is one of the foundations for LGBTQ anything in the city and in the state at large. So we're gearing up for Baltimore Pride with a host of events, a big celebration, big block party, big Pride in the Park celebration for the community and for allies.
What are some of the events? What are some of the highlights that you're looking forward to?
Yes. So we'll actually be kicking off this Friday with something called Twilight on the Terrace. They'll be happening at Gertrude's this Friday. It'll be twice from 7 to 11. And it's called Twilight on the Terrace. It is such a great event. It's the when community members come together, stakeholders come together, and, organizations will serve the community as a whole come together to really celebrate what it's like, to be, celebrate Pride Month and celebrate it with the members of the LGBTQ same gender loving community. And then we also have a host of events such as two different, a barbecue and a youth event on Saturday and Sunday.
You and I were talking in commercial a little bit, Trey, more about the space and how it is inclusive to the LGBTQ community. What does that mean? And what does it offer?
Absolutely. So what it means, so officially we just opened our legacy launch of our new grand opening of our building located at 2418 St. Paul Street. So what does it mean to be inclusive? It means that it's all are welcome, right? We realize that we live in Baltimore, which is a very diverse city, and we realize that everyone is welcome. So I know Pride has looked different over the years in many different cities, but this is a place where no matter if you're Black, you're white, you're Asian, no matter if however you identify part of the spectrum, that we bring everyone together and everyone feel welcome, everyone feel celebrated, and no one feel excluded whatsoever.
Let's talk about this month, just in general, and why this is so important. I think everyone knows it's happening, but the meaning behind it, what does this mean when we hear about it?
It's
a deep question.
On that one. Yes, it is. It means for us, our slogan is one heart, one love, one pride, right? So it means the one time we get, think about when we went through COVID and all the things, monkeypox, et cetera, bring it together one time, bringing everyone together and really celebrating love, right? Mm-hmm. So one heart, one love, one pride, celebrating love, celebrating what it looks like for all of us to have come from different backgrounds, some, whether it's disabilities or, sexual gender minorities, or members who are allies, bringing everyone together that one time and saying that we put all of our differences aside and we celebrate our diversity, we celebrate each other, and we celebrate loving each other and loving all this community who direly need it.
We're all human. Trey Moore, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Well, just this month, Maryland Governor Wes Moore signed an executive order on gender affirmative care. The order protects anyone seeking, receiving, or providing gender affirming care in Maryland. The governor says he took this step as other states crack down on gender affirmative care. The state estimates about 94,000 people in Maryland identify as trans or non-binary. Maryland ranks near the top of the list when it comes to the most LGBTQ-friendly states. The 2023 Out Leadership State LGBTQ Plus Business Climate Index ranks Maryland at 16. Researchers looked at current legislation, policies, resource allocation, and attitudes in each of the 50 states. New York came out on top. They're number 1. Arkansas ranked at the bottom.
All right, 9:48, time to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look for us.
Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good.
Good. I like
What's
that.
up? Are you about to ask us what we like and where we're from?
I'm just wondering, where you grew up and what college you went to. All right. Looking outside right now. I know. We got to get Pat on the show. I mean, he's been here before. Come on. In the next couple of weeks, we'll talk about your retirement and all that stuff. So good morning to all of you. Hey, there we go. Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Let's go, Orioles. Going for the 5-game sweep or the 5-game win streak, trying to keep it alive tonight. Toronto Blue Jays in town, 7:05 first pitch. So as you jump in the pool today in your splash cast, lower 70s next hour, lower 80s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. UV index is in the high category. So this time of year, remember, we have a high sun angle. And when we have the cloudless skies, as we'll continue to see throughout the afternoon. It's going to take not very long to get you to burn. So especially between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., those are the kind of prime hours. We got to make sure to get that sunblock going. Upper 70s and lower 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon. Right about 80 in Towson for Lutherville and Timonium. Hanging out there at Canton and Fells, we'll see those lower 80s as well. Upper 70s for Bel Air and Aberdeen up in Hartford County, and keeping those 70s going for Rising Sun, Northeast, and Elkton for you in Cecil County. Now, if you want to get the sprinklers on, maybe you got some rain yesterday and you don't need to have the sprinklers on, but if you want to go ahead and get that lawn watered, that's fine. There is some more rain on the way by the time as we get into tomorrow, and that's why we have a yellow light on your mowcast. So maybe cut the grass today, do it again on Thursday, but we are tracking a few showers rolling in tomorrow. This is the latest update on our future scan. So we're dry today, but this is early tomorrow morning. We'll see a couple of light showers roll through by midday, off and on showers, maybe a stray thunderstorm. Wind is going to pick up from the west as that area of low pressure tracks to the north and the east. And then Thursday, we're going to start heating back up as a ridge of high pressure moves in. Another area of low pressure is crossing the area to the north on Friday. Not necessarily right on top of us, but kind of near us. And that's going to give us a little bit more cloud cover. A stray shower is going to be possible on Friday. Really, though, Wednesday, is the next day we'll see some rain, which is tomorrow. And then those temperatures back into the mid 80s as we head into Father's Day weekend and the final weekend of spring. Patrice?
All right. Well, remember, you can track severe storms even when we're not on the air. You can download the free FOX45 Weather Authority app. Go to your app store, search WBFF to get started.
AFRM is making a comeback. We are now under a week away from Juneteenth, and Baltimore will welcome the weekend in a big way. This Saturday and Sunday, artists, vendors, and people from all over will gather at Druid Hill Park. The event is one of the largest African-American festivals. This year, AFRM will celebrate Baltimore club music and 50 years of hip-hop.
Well, we've been talking about it all morning, but trending now, Pat Sajak is taking one last spin on the Wheel of Fortune. He says he's retiring after more than 4 decades as host. The 41st season of the show will now be his last. He made that announcement in a tweet as the show was airing right here on Fox 45 last night. Sajak wrote, quote, "It's been a wonderful ride," and he said he'll have more to say in the coming months. It is unclear who is set to replace him.
Justin.
Sajak, now 76, has been hosting with Vanna White for 40 years. He has a home here in Maryland in Anne Arundel County. Hopefully in retirement, he'll be able to come hang out with us, catch more O's games, catch more Caps games. You can continue to catch Wheel of Fortune every night right here on Fox 45 at 7:30. There he is at a Caps game. And Vanna, so like you said, is Vanna going to stay? So many questions.
That's right. You're going to be the new Pat. Justin's the new Vanna. That's how this was working.
Right.
Well, speaking of celebrities, Netflix might be hitting the links live. A Wall Street Journal report says the company is in early talks to live stream a celebrity golf tournament this fall. The tournament would take place in Las Vegas, and it would include stars from Netflix documentaries like Drive to Survive and Full Swing. The company experienced issues in April with its Love is Blind live reunion episode, but it did see success with its first live event earlier this year, a Chris Rock comedy special.
Well, it's a great day to get outside. We've got comfortable temperatures, plenty of sunshine. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking our next round of showers. That is coming up in his 10-day forecast. 9:53 is the time.